For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day. We humbly beseech thy presence now. Bless now those who are in leadership. Give them your direction and your wisdom. Bless now those who protect and serve this county, state, and nation. We give you thanks for all that you have given us. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0651, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and being acted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recessed meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 2 proclamations to be removed from spreading and to be included on proclamation for presentation requested by Commissioner Hall. The first proclamation is Julius Khalid Appreciation Day and Tasia Mott Appreciation Day. Those will be moved to the proclamations for presentation.
Okay. Any other items on the consent agenda? Nothing else? All right, entertain a motion to approve as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On the bottom of page 7, recess meeting agenda, 22-0670, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one amendment to today's recess meeting agenda. On the bottom of page 11, 22-0689, the resolution and adding the 2 resolutions to the proclamations for presentation.
All right, on the adoption of the agenda as amended, motion to, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hall.
Mr. Chair, there's another correction that needs to be made on page 2.
Page 2.
Yes. The proclamation recognizing Dr. Christine King Ferris Appreciation Day was sponsored by me.
Yes, so noted, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you.
All right, on the agenda for today, a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0671, ratification of minutes, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, September 7th, recess meeting minutes, August 17th, 2022.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes.
Sparlin Healthcare was established in 1954 by Dr. Eugene Sparlin at 923 Dill Avenue and maintained a strong presence at this location in District 4 for 67 years with a concentration on family and loyalty to the community. And whereas Sparlin Healthcare treated some of the most metropolitan area, according to the Chiropractic Economic Journal on December that this center is between the two biggest money centers in the state of Georgia, the Atlanta airport and the downtown Atlanta area. Thank you. Whereas the survey also revealed that there was only one other business that started in 1954 or before still in existence besides the Sparlin Clinic in the Atlanta area. And whereas Dr. Johnny Brown started with Sparlin Healthcare as a marketing representative in 2006 and rose through the ranks to an associate doctor partner, and on October 18th, 2021, at 10 a.m., his title changed to CEO. And whereas Sparlin Healthcare is now known as Cornerstone Performance Center, but the founding principles and visions of Dr. Eugene Sparlin remain the same, with a concentration on family and loyalty to the community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Cornerstone Performance Center for its long-standing commitment to the community in District 4 and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, September 21st, 2022 as Cornerstone Performance Center Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations. And it was an honor to attend your event. It was huge, and that center is just absolutely gorgeous to be a health center. Dr. Brown?
First and foremost, it's giving all thanks to God. We appreciate everyone for all of their time, hard work, and effort in allowing Cornerstone Performance Center to come into existence. On behalf of my partners, Dr. Smith and Dr. Cox, we welcome everyone to come by and to see our establishment from Ms. Hall. Thank you for attending the grand opening event. And just as it was an opportunity to give back to a community that has given to us for 68 years. 68 years, that's not something that we should take lightly, and we do plan on extending this for 68 more years. So we are the home with their assistance. Dr. Brown is going to sit back and just kind of watch those young folk do the work. But we do offer assistance with chiropractic care, medical care. We do DNA, paternity testing, and anything else that you may think of in the healthcare field, we can assist with that. So thank you once again for everyone.
The next proclamation is recognizing Recovery Month, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Okay, we're going to do APS after this one. Okay. Come on down. Catherine, Jeff. Okay. Come on over, Catherine. Jeff, I just want to say that, you took your life story and you completely used it to help so many other people, and that is commendable. And it's an honor to present you with this proclamation. And Catherine, to hear about the work that you do with families is an honor to know you as well. And the proclamation reads, whereas behavioral health is an essential part of health and one's overall wellness and recovery from alcohol and other drug use occurs every day through a variety of recovery support resources and treatment programs. And whereas millions of people across the United States are in long-term recovery, living happy, healthy, and productive lives, and the 2022 Recovery Month theme, recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community, reminds people in recovery and those who support them that no one is alone in the journey through recovery and that everyone's journey is different, but we are all in this together. And whereas education about recovery and addiction is essential to combating the stigma and discrimination faced by people in recovery and is needed by all Georgians, including public health and safety officials, the workforce, older adults, and families. And whereas to help more people achieve and sustain long-term recovery, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Certification Board of Georgia, the Association of Community Service Boards, the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities, the Georgia Addiction Counselors Association, the Georgia Association of Recovery Residences, and the Georgia Council on Substance Abuse invite all residents of the state of Georgia to participate in National Recovery Month. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners calls upon its citizens to observe National Recovery Month and support the 2022 theme of recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community, and does hereby proclaim September 2022 as Recovery Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you so much.
So I'm Jeff Breedlove, a proud resident of Fulton County, and I'm a person in long-term recovery. And I just want to thank Commissioner Hall and the entire Board of Commissioners of Fulton County for their steadfast support for the recovery community. The Georgia Council on Substance Abuse is a statewide recovery community organization with over 45 recovery community organizations in communities just like the city of Atlanta, Sandy Springs, across our state. And I'm so thankful to have Alexia Jones, who is the executive director of RISE Recovery Community Organization, practically for healthy young people within walking distance of where we are. I would probably drive there, but you know. And she is nationally known as a peer leader, having just been to Washington State and Illinois, bringing the Georgia and Fulton County vision of recovery across this country. I will leave you with this. This is an opportunity year because our friends at the CDC just released the final numbers for opioid overdose deaths last week. And tragically, the number was 108,000 deaths just from opioids. And to put that in perspective for you, if on a Sunday afternoon we had Atlanta United playing in the Mercedes-Benz Dome and the Atlanta Braves playing at their home stadium, and both venues were sold out, that number would be 107,500, give or take. That's how many souls just to opioids we've lost. So we're going to call on you. We're going to ask you for continued support because the recovery community stands on the shoulders of our brothers and sisters who we're losing historically daily to this disease. It's an epidemic. It's a crisis. And we love you, and we thank you for your support of our community.
The next proclamation is recognizing Atlanta Public Schools 150th Anniversary Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Welcome, Atlanta Public Schools. Hey, Dr. Heron, again, we see each other every day, don't we?
But I love it.
Hey, it's good to see you. Just give me another hug. Hey,
Hey, oh, your email.
oh, there's Mama. Good morning, look. Oh,
I made it. Good to see you.
yes. This is truly family. Good. Well, I have to say, we had a good time at the celebration, did we not? Oh, hey, Pierre. It's a whole family reunion, that's right. But you guys had a celebration to remember at the Georgia World Congress Center. We had so much fun celebrating your 150th, and so it is an honor to present you with this 150th anniversary proclamation from the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. And it reads, whereas Atlanta Public Schools was established in 1872 by an act of the mayor and city council, and the school system was charged with providing a free public education to children residing within the city of Atlanta. And whereas the first members of the Atlanta Board of Education were elected by the Atlanta City Council, and APS held its first classes at Ivy Street School in January 1872 and served approximately 2,000 students during its first school year in operation. And whereas APS was a racially segregated school district for the first several decades of its history, and Atlanta schools were desegregated in 1961 when 9 black students enrolled in 4 all-white high schools. And whereas the mission of Atlanta Public Schools is through a caring culture of equity, trust, and collaboration, every student will graduate ready for college, career, and life. The vision of APS is a high-performing school district where students love to learn, educators inspire, families engage, and the community trusts the system. And whereas APS currently serves approximately 52,000 students in over 90 schools and programs in the city of Atlanta, employs over 7,000 employees, and is divided into 9 neighborhood-based clusters that includes charter and partner schools, and throughout its 150-year history has prepared students for achievement, scholarship, and service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Atlanta Public Schools for its commitment to educating Atlanta's youth and celebrates their 150th anniversary, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, September 21st, 2022 as Atlanta Public Schools' 150th Anniversary Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Boy. And 150 more. Come on now, I know you're about to say something.
Hey, I am very happy to be here today to celebrate your sesquicentennial 150th anniversary. I am an APS, a proud APS alumni, graduate of Frederick Douglass High School, and so very happy to be here for this 150th anniversary with our superintendent, our school board, and other APS staff and the commissioners. Thank you so much for all of the great work that you all are doing on behalf of the students in the city of Atlanta.
Well, you know, when you got Douglas coming in front of me, I'm scared to say we just celebrated the 40th anniversary of Benjamin Elijah Mays. So I tell you, APS is a great school system. You have great leadership across the board, and I am proud to be a product of the APS school system.
And I must acknowledge Mr. J.T. Johnson, who was one of those who segregated the schools. Mr. J.T. Johnson, you need to come down here. Come on down here. Desegregate, I'm sorry. He desegregated. I'm just so, come down. We are so honored to have you here with us. He is also one of those foot soldiers that marched with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So we want to recognize you. You need to stand over here with us. And let's take this picture, everyone. Would you like to say something?
Well, I'm just glad to be here.
I got so excited to hear.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Hall. I appreciate the recognition. But I'm still a part of the movement. I find myself that I think that's something that the Lord wanted me to do. I just left Selma, Alabama last week, where we started the training program at the University of Selma to help young people over there. Martin King told us one day that we must visit the cities that we worked in and make them whole again, and that's exactly what I do. So I'm glad to be here.
It's our honor. No, sir. You have to stay right here. Yes, sir. So very briefly, as the very proud superintendent of Atlanta Public Schools, I am Dr. Elisa Herring. I am honored to not only receive this proclamation on behalf of Atlanta Public Schools and our amazing Board of Education and the over 50,000 scholars that we serve. It is also our opportunity to acknowledge 150 years of legacy, of leadership, and continued change. And to have giants, sir, like yourself, standing amongst us today is an honor that we have to acknowledge and recognize. Yes, sir, it is our honor. And to the commissioners, to our chairman, to Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Arrington, all of you who are clearly commissioners and also APS legacy alum, it is our commitment to continue the development of that legacy so that our scholars, our children, do not forget the shoulders that we stand upon and the work that we must continue to do. This proclamation is indicative of not just a history, but a future that will continue to be rich as we focus on not just academics, but civic engagement, not just academics and civic engagement, but innovation and preparation for a greater city, a greater state, and a greater world. And that starts with education, public education, the greatest liberator. And for those of you who have been architects and living legends and examples of such, it is our commitment to carry that through. So on behalf of APS, as superintendent, we deeply thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Isha Collins, honored to serve as chair of the Atlanta Board of Education, and wanted to take a few seconds to recognize my colleagues that join me in this work. Like Dr. Herring stated, to move the work forward. And so we have our Vice Chair, Archbishop Baldwin, that's with us, your District 5 Representative, Erica Mitchell, that is with us, and also your Seat 8 at-large member, Cynthia Briscoe Brown, that is with us. And I won't take much time, but just to also honor and recognize not only the great work that we're doing now, but also what history and legacy tells us. This board looks very different, as you can imagine, based on 150 years, where now we stand, where every board member on this board has either been an educator in Atlanta Public School or a parent whose child has been educated or a graduate themselves. And so it reflects a different time of where we are in education, but also the strength of the partnerships that we have with Fulton County and our entities throughout this city, this state, and also this country. And so everyone is watching Atlanta, and it's important for us to make sure that we lead with that humility and that honesty and that courage so our students can be a product of the leadership and the agenda that we move forward. And so just want to thank the Fulton County Commissioners for this recognition and hope that you guys will join us in the celebration all year, and look forward to seeing you all and a continued partnership that you guys have been graciously with us in this work. So thank you all so much.
Let me just say, I tell young people that you're lucky to be in Atlanta. Atlanta's a very special place. It's Martin Luther King Jr.'s hometown. And Dr. Benjamin May said one of our problems is that we aim too low. Education is the key to success. So we must understand that. So realize that you're in a very special place, and we should treat it like that. We create leadership in Atlanta. We don't follow people. We set examples, and that's what other people have to follow us. We must stop the violence in our city, and I'm going to be a part of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody else? We have some great members of Dr. Herring's administration here. Would any of you like to speak? Because you were real fired up at that 150th celebration.
The back to school
You
band,
know. And Douglas, this should be a full board. Mr. Arrington said this should absolutely, yes.
The next proclamation is recognizing Archbishop John H. Lewis III Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
I'm going to ask, because we have two proclamations, will the family and friends of Archbishop John H. Lewis and Dr. Renee Sunshine Lewis, if you all could come together to the podium, I really would appreciate it. This is a momentous day in Fulton County. We have two of our leaders, community leaders here, and they were recently recognized by the president. And so, Sunshine, you come on this side of me. And so I want to take this time, you know, just a little sidebar. You know, I'm the unofficial daughter of Big Hat John Lewis. And so this man mentored me for so many years. You need to get that hat, Archbishop? Those of you, and the chairman knows probably best, but those of you know we would not be where we are if we didn't have Big Hat John Lewis. And so I take a special honor in doing this today on behalf of the board. You have two individuals. I will do the first proclamation and go into the second one. Whereas Archbishop John H. Lewis is a native Atlantan born to the late John and Thelma Lewis. He attended Atlanta and Detroit public schools and graduated from Henry McNeil Turner High School. And whereas at an early age, Archbishop Lewis expressed his love for music, as both his mother and maternal grandmother played the piano. His first music teacher was his beloved mother, and the family relocated to Detroit, where his formal music training began at the Detroit Conservatory of Music. Whereas Archbishop's education includes undergraduate studies at the historic Detroit Conservatory of Music and graduate studies at Sacred Heart Seminary, Antioch School of Metaphysical Science, Unity School of Christianity, the Religious Science Institute, College of Divine Metaphysics, Juilliard School of Music, Hunter College, and New York Theological Seminary. And whereas Archbishop Lewis received the call to ministry at 8 years old and preached his first sermon and was licensed to preach at 9 at the St. James Baptist Church in Detroit, Michigan. He was ordained in 1968 in Kansas City, Missouri, and organized his first church that same year on April 4th, the night of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He was later consecrated as bishop and subsequently archbishop in 1970 and 1975, respectively. And whereas Archbishop Lewis has served as director of the Fulton County Council on Aging, the Fulton County Arts Council, and was on the board of directors when the Southwest Arts Center was built, and humbly takes pride in his name being included on the Cornerstone. He has also served on the board and is a member of the Hammons House Museum, the National Conference of Black Churchmen, the United Nations Committee of World Religions, Africa Action, president of the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, and a lifetime member of NAACP. And whereas Archbishop Lewis serves as pastor of Christ Church, Atlanta, and Detroit, and as presiding prelate of the African Orthodox Catholic Church, he also serves as the chairperson of the historic Vine City Civic Association Board and hosts a weekly television show on Atlanta's People TV. It is with immense pride that now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognize Archbishop John Lewis III for his advocacy of his community and for being a voice for the voiceless, and congratulate him on receiving the 2022 Joseph R. Biden Lifetime Achievement Award, and does hereby proclaim Friday, August 26, 2022, as Archbishop John H. Lewis III Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Greetings, and thank you so much for this esteemed honor. I was taught very early that service is the price that you pay for the space that you occupy. And with that in mind, that has been my credo, if you will, all of these years, is to do as much as I can for as many people as I can and for as long as I can. And we will continue. And I tried to retire a couple of times. And I heard a friend of mine describe retirement as changing the tires on a car and starting all over again. And that's what I have done. And now I'm working harder than I did when I was gainfully employed. Thank you so much for this honor. God bless each of you.
And so I'm going to go directly into the next proclamation, and then we'll take the pictures. Whereas Dr. Renee Sunshine Lewis was born to the late John H. Lewis Sr. and the late Thelma Lewis, alongside her siblings, Archbishop, Apostle Colette Lewis Gumby, Pastor Nuwana Lewis Miller, Veronica Lewis Long, and Aretha Rosser. And whereas Sunshine is the CEO and visionary of Grace and Mercy Concierge Bereavement Services, LLC, the first mobile funeral service and support network known in the United States that arranges homegoing celebrations of life via mobile, a Singapore coordination for transition, grief, burial, and aftercare services. And let me just add something in here that she wouldn't have wanted anybody to put in, but I'm going to put in it. Sunshine has been at the side of so many bereaved families. No cost. And when a call is made for the need, she answers it. And so this is one of the things, the tradition, not only her family, her mother, her father, but anytime there's a death in the community and the people don't have the funds, it's a death, maybe a wrongful death, whatever the situation, She is always there, and I appreciate you doing that. Whereas Sunshine is a government retiree of 43 years and has worked for numerous Atlanta mayors, helped them get elected too, but I'm gonna leave that alone. She was chosen to run the Mobile Crisis Unit and was the Mobile Outreach Resource Center coordinator for the city of Atlanta and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, responding to thousands of homicide victims, families. And whereas Sunshine was chosen as an ambassador for the state of Georgia and was the only minority chosen by former Georgia Lieutenant Governor Mark Taylor to serve as a participant in 2 national security crisis intervention summits for leaders from Japan with the White House Homeland Security. And whereas Sunshine was director for the Metro Atlanta Crisis Response Team and the National Coalition for Justice Incorporated, founded by her father, the late John H. Lewis Sr., and was the visionary of the Sunshine's Angel of Mercy's Children Foundation, an organization designed to help lost youth find their way in society. And whereas Sunshine has been honored with several awards and recognition, including the Bishop Desmond Tutu's President Award, Africa Children's Award, the Reverend James Cleveland and Thomas A. Dorsey Lifetime Achievement Award, 100 Black Women Unsung Heroine in the Spirit Award, Senior Victim Advocate Award, and many community service awards. And this is not on here as well. This woman, who I am so proud of, was the face of those many that got out there with the Atlanta murdered and missing children. And those of you that saw it on the documentary saw that she was there because they talked to her because she was there. And she was with the group of individuals that were out there looking for those kids. You have done so much in the community, both of you all, your family. We are so proud. In ending, whereas at the young age of 22, Sunshine lovingly raised more than 20 children in her home alongside her own children, Gino, Jean Franciscan, Brandon Harris Lewis. She is also a proud grandmother. Therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognize Dr. Renee Sunshine Lewis for dedicating her life to fighting for the rights of people as a victim advocate, community activist, and children's whisperer, and congratulates her on receiving the 2022 Joseph R. Biden Lifetime Achievement Award, and does hereby proclaim Friday, August 26, 2022 as Dr. Renee Sunshine Lewis Appreciation Day in Fulton County.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Khadijah, Abdul, Rahman, and I'm going to take a precedence on that, and I'm going to add Lewis onto the end of that as well. She's definitely our sister from another mister. First, giving honor to God, who definitely is the head of my life, who gives me the strength to do all that it is that I've done in the 43 years within government and the community that I've done it. All glory and honor goes to God. I'd also like to give recognition to one of my daddy's friends back there, Fulton County Commission Chair, Rob Pitts. They had many battles. They were friends for life. And a lot of the other, Marvin Arrington's son is back here, but his father and our father, they fought every day. Exactly. And loved each other like brothers. Exactly. And to the entire community, I'm so grateful for the opportunity. It just gets, every round goes higher and higher. Today is a very, very special day, and the commissioner did not even know this at the time, but our mother passed on 9/11. Powerful woman of God. She passed on 9/11. She shook up the world when she left here. She passed on 9/11, and our father's death anniversary is today, 9/21. So this is very, very, very momentous, historical. We know that they're both smiling down upon us, and again, I say, may the works I've done speak for me. Thank you so much, so much, so much to the entire Board of Commission of Fulton County and the whole City of Atlanta, Fulton County, just the whole wide world. I'm just grateful, and I'm just about to pass out. So this is good, this is good, this is good. And as I stated when we received the President Joseph R. Biden Lifetime Achievement Award, you know how you can go through life and you can work, do. Everybody's calling, pulling on you, and I respond to the call. I don't have a problem with it. But this has truly validated my life and all the works that I've done. I'm not trying to go nowhere unless I'm going to Vegas or on a cruise or somewhere. So put your black dresses up. We're just going to wear them for the day. But yes, I'm so grateful to everybody, and I love you all. Thank you so much. Grace and mercy to you all. Thank you.
The last two proclamations recognizing Julius Khalid Appreciation Day and Tassili Miat Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Come on. Yeah. What you know about that?
Need one of them raps.
Need a rap, right? Tassili, did you bring us all some raps? Hey again, how are you? Oh, hey there. Good to see you. We're going to do these proclamations together because Dr. Julius Khalid and Tassili have partnered together in the West End community to just bring so many services that they need, not only health and wellness for the mind, body, and spirit, but also beautification to the community. And it was an honor to attend and participate in the beautification and 300 shots awareness day that we just recently had. And I will let you speak to what happened and why we did that. So these proclamations are similar in some ways, and I'm just going to read them together. Whereas Tassili Miat has been an Atlantan for more than 30 years and is the owner of Tassili's Raw Reality Restaurant, a vegan and raw food restaurant located in Atlanta's historic West End. And whereas Tassili opened her restaurant on January 1st, 2011, which happened to be the 7th day of Kwanzaa, also known as Imani, the Kiswahili word for faith. This was the starting principle for the restaurant and continues to permeate the spirit of Tassili's Raw Reality, as well as her other business endeavors. And whereas Tassili has partnered with Julius Khalid on a wellness cafe located in the West End of Atlanta to provide plant-based food to heal the community, as well as educating youth on nutrition and decreasing obesity rates through meal planning and partnering with schools for holistic wellness curriculums. And whereas this month of wellness will highlight the importance of our collective impact of oneness through curated events throughout the month with offerings of community forum engagement, mental health support, healthy food alternatives, prayer, meditation, gardening, and beautification to create a healthier Atlanta. Whereas Julius Khalid is a native of Atlanta, Georgia, and founder of the Young Generation Movement, a nonprofit organization that mentors the youth and empowers them mentally, physically, and spiritually, providing opportunities to participate as servant leaders through monthly positive community service programs. And whereas the Young Generation Movement is dedicated to holistic development that improves healthy mindsets to reach a state of collective harmony in the community, in an effort to provide solutions to reducing crime and violence with a sustainable, holistic approach as an alternative. Julius has partnered with Tassili on a wellness cafe located in the West End of Atlanta. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Julius Khalid for his commitment to the health and wellness of his fellow citizens and does hereby proclaim Saturday, September 17th, 2022 as Julius Khalid Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And now, therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Tassili Ma'at for her commitment to the health and wellness of her fellow citizens and does hereby proclaim Saturday, September 17th, 2022 as Tassili Ma'at Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations to both of you.
Peace and love, family. It's an honor to be here today, and I really commend Commissioner Hall. But on August the 10th, I'm partnering with a few organizations, and we do a shooting response, meaning when a shooting happens in a community, our organizations, we gather around and try to figure out what could we do to support the community, the people that were shot, or just come up with better solutions about all this gun violence. And so when I left that response, I went to the cafe and I said a prayer that night. I said, you know what? Normally we have an open mic poetry night. I said, we're not gonna have it tonight, you guys. And so we closed down the cafe. And when I came back the next day, Fox 5 was standing right in front of the cafe. 300 shots was fired by the West End from York Street and Evans Street. It was like a miniature war. And when I walked out, Fox 5 was doing an interview with a lady. It was a car right there in front of the cafe, shot up 20, 30 times. And none of the bullets hit the cafe. And so I did an interview with Fox 5, and it just came to me. I said, how can we approach this with a holistic approach? How can we heal our community? Because our community was wounded. The buildings were shot, 6 people got shot. And I said, that's it, it came to me. We need to create an event where we can heal the community, and we're gonna pass out wellness shots. So we named the event 300 Wellness Shots, Community Beautification, where we came and we cleaned up the community, we painted, and we passed out wellness shots as a holistic alternative. And so in February of this year, I came back to Atlanta because I was living in Hawaii. Well, let me back just real quick. I started my nonprofit in 2012 because there wasn't no organizations inside of the community really working with the youth. So I said, that's what we're missing. We missing organizations that's really working with the youth that's really troubled. A lot of these organizations, they work with after-school programs, but it wasn't no organizations at that time that was working with these youth that was really stealing and breaking in cars are the ones that I could relate to. So I found my purpose, and I started this nonprofit, and we mentor youth, and I got a chance to give every kid that's in my community an opportunity to give back and do something positive in their community. So we were creating servant leaders. And so they earn points towards scholarships. And so we decreased the crime rate in our community like 30%. And so for the last 10 years, that's what I've been doing. But in 2014, I was hospitalized. I had a bleeding ulcer. I thought I was healthy. I used to work out. I ate a little fish, a little turkey. And what happened was I had a bleeding ulcer, and it came from greasy foods. And so I was in the hospital researching about health and wellness, and I seen plant-based diets. It was a solution to a more healthier lifestyle. And so I completely changed my whole lifestyle, and I healed myself. And so working with the youth, I understood that the stomach is connected to the brain. And so if they eat sugar, they eat all this bad stuff, it's hard for them to sit down and listen and really focus. And so I started incorporating health and wellness with the youth, and I seen a big difference. And so my whole organization is geared towards health and wellness, community beautification, and giving them an opportunity to become servant leaders in the community. And so we have a piece of property right here on the west side of Atlanta that we turned into a safe haven for young people. It's a basketball court, we got zip line, we got a community garden where we teach them agriculture. And also we're in the process of purchasing a house right beside it for our community center. And so in the beginning of this year, I partnered with Cid because it came to me. I wanted to do more in health and wellness. And so Cid called me. She said, I got this spot. Let's collaborate on this spot. And I was like, perfect. So we started this cafe, which is a holistic wellness center. It's a wellness cafe where we have alternative options for the community. It's called Unity and Coffee Cafe. And it's a place where you can learn and grow and enjoy plant-based meals. And so I'm so excited about that. And I want to give you guys the opportunity to come out and join us as we're going to be working with Fulton County with the health and wellness piece because, you know, we got to go to work every day. We always in a rush and we moving. And so it's hard to stay healthy on the go. And that was my niche, how to stay healthy on the go. And so we have curriculums, we have programs, and we're working with the schools. And so we'll be doing our food program soon that we're working on where we're going to provide healthy organic fruits and vegetables to the local schools, starting one school at a time. And I'm going to run this past the Fulton County Commissioner. If each school, one school in each of you guys' county, I want to pretty much start off by doing one school in your county, in your space, and where we go to these schools and we teach them a little bit about health and wellness, just a little bit, how to make a smoothie, something real small. And then I think that'll really make a difference because it changed my life. So thank you so much.
Greetings, everyone. Peace and love to you. And thank you for this honor. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Not being a native of Atlanta, I grew up in California, Southern California, San Diego. I was born in Houston, but I moved to Atlanta in 1988 to escape the gang violence in San Diego. It was moving down from LA, and my 3 boys at the time were coming home throwing up gang signs, and I was like, oh, we're out. And so I came to the first National Black Arts Festival in '88, fell in love with Atlanta, and I've been here ever since. And I really, getting all teared up, I consider Atlanta to be my home. And I'm very thankful. One of the things that I really was attracted to Atlanta about was the fact that there was still a strong sense of family, a strong sense of community, and still, even though you might disagree to some extent, there was a strong sense of respect from the youth for their elders, even though they bucked. Compared to other parts of the country, oh, Atlanta is like heaven. And so with that, I chose to raise my children here. And I've done that. I have 5 children, 6 grandchildren, most of whom are still in California, but I do have some here. And my commitment to Atlanta was born of being responsible to my predecessors. I come from a line of freedom fighters. My grandparents and my mother were community activists. And my mother had myself and my little brother picketing, boycotting the farm owners back in the late 60s because they were spraying the pesticides on the lettuce and the grapes, and the farm workers were getting cancer. So back then, even as a child, I was fighting for the right to have healthy food. And so as I grew and evolved, I saw that many of our heroes and sheroes that fought, that gave their lives for our people, were not dying of lynchings or gunshots or anything that was caused by something external. In fact, they were dying from debilitating diseases from the foods that they were eating. You know, from heart attack, high blood pressure, cancer, diabetes, you name it. All of these debilitating diseases can be avoided. So I said, well, what is going to make a greater impact to honor my ancestors and to provide for the future of our people and the future of humanity, period? Because we all know Atlanta influences everything, okay? Atlanta influences everything. If you travel anywhere in the world, you will see the influence that Atlanta makes. And so with that, I said, what can I do? I said, oh, I can live for freedom, justice, and well-being. And so what does that look like? Well, that looks like helping people to learn how and remember how to just be healthy. What is that like? We're bombarded with so much unhealthiness that we are accustomed to it and think that that's what it's supposed to be. And there is the argument that it's expensive to be healthy in America. I argue back that it's expensive to be healthy in America, true, but you're gonna pay for it either way. So why not invest in yourself and your family on the front end rather than paying for it on the back end with doctor bills, hospitals, pharmaceutical debt, you know, and so on. And then not to mention when you actually, or the person actually dies, the debt that they leave for their family. Because we all know a hospital stay one day is a minimum of $10,000. So if you weren't really sick before you went in, you will be coming out with just the bills that you'll deal with. So prevention is key. And so not only have I partnered with Julius to work toward educating the youth, I also, within my restaurant, Tassili's Raw Reality, teach classes. We also have community events that are free to the public where we have speakers come and share with the community about healthy living, healthy eating, so that you don't necessarily have to come out of your comfort zone, but you can learn how to eat in a way that is going to make you feel better. And when you feel better, you think better. And when you think better, you make better choices. And when you make better choices, you can improve the quality of life for yourself and those around you. So I'm not pushing veganism as the ultimate way of being healthy. What I am pushing is that people get a chance to tune into their own body's wisdom and learn what makes you feel optimal in your health. And then come on down to Tassili's Raw Reality Cafe, where we use food as medicine deliciously. And that's in the heart of the West End. And because not everyone wants to eat raw food all the time, we came up with Unity and Coffee, where you can get a great hot meal, you know, good vegan breakfast food, and really experience what it is to just deliciously nourish yourself. And I thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve the city and the world. Thank you.
And to Silly, I always say Atlanta influences everything, but everything is in Fulton County.
Madam Clerk.
Continuing,
Just a minute. For the record, it is 11:02. Jot that down. Thank you.
continuing on page 8, public hearings, 22-0673, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 2 speaker cards.
Two?
2.
Okay.
John P. Maddox and Tiffany Tayus. Please come down.
All right, as a reminder, when you have 15 seconds remaining on your 2-minute time, I'll say 15 seconds, and that will be your clue to begin to terminate or conclude your remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I came because I was kind of stirred about what's going on in Fulton County for the Sheriff's Department. That the things that they doing that for us getting motorcycles in Fulton County, and I was there in Fulton County 36 years. I was a sheriff in Fulton County 36 years. And we had never went and bought all these motorcycles and bring people from other counties to try to run our own county. And you can't do that. Fulton County have their own situation, like the first sheriff, Richard Langford. Jackie Barry was the first lady that we had for sheriff. Now, them two right there know how to run a county. So there's a lot of things that going on now that look like some of the people that been elected should be able to call them two people and ask them questions, what's going on. Because a lot of things got taken care of when they was sheriff here in Fulton County. But now you got people coming in, they don't want to do the job. Only thing they want is the money. And so they look to you, Mr. Pitt, to try to give them money for things, and they just really buying stuff that's unnecessary.
15 seconds.
Yes, sir. And I'd appreciate y'all letting me come here to speak. This is my first time coming here to speak. So thank you very much, and remember just what I said. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Tiffany Tayus, and we are the Assistant Division Managers here to revisit the salary imbalance created by the key classification plan conducted by Kenneth Herman, where our tax tag supervisors received a 25% increase. Their salary went from $53,472 to $66,839. At the August 17th meeting, a 5% adjustment was presented as a solution to rectify the salary imbalance. But that 5% adjustment will only perpetuate the problem and not correct it. Due to the fact that a supervisor received a promotion when the key classification increase took place, they are currently making approximately $14,000 more than we are. As of today, we have not received a salary adjustment, even though HR Policy 315-16 has a provision in place to correct our salary imbalance, but a salary adjustment nor a job title reclassification hasn't been initiated after we immediately addressed the issue in April. We serve because we care. That doesn't only pertain to the citizens of Fulton County, but it also applies to employees as well. The assistant division managers are the administrative force that manages the departments, the employees that receive the increases, the satellite office operations, collecting more taxes than DeKalb, Gwinnett, and Cobb counties collectively.
15 seconds.
Despite the pandemic and the Great Resignation, we have consistently collected the most revenue out of all 159 counties in the state of Georgia. Usually work gets compensated. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 2 speakers on Zoom.
Good morning, commissioners. The first person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, commissioners, and thanks for listening to our arguments last meeting on why we need to get away from those overly complex and vulnerable computerized systems we use to record our votes. We went to the BRE meeting to speak on the same problem with the bureaucratic state, unelected officials with great power shutting down the right of the public to voice their concerns. Are we living in a fascist regime? Another matter is the lost revenue you're trying to strip from our cities. If successful, then you will be forcing the cities that make up about 99% of Fulton County to raise their taxes rather sharply. Taking from the cities we created that understand and serve our needs just so you can continue to feed the growth of the behemoth called Fulton County government just seems wrong. There is a town hall meeting tonight in Roswell with the North Fulton mayors and constituents. There will probably be one in South Fulton as well. I would encourage you all to attend and listen to the voices of your Fulton County voters. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard. Ben Howard.
This is Ben Howard. Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. No one has asked me yet, but if I were to be asked to find folks to replace the management of senior affairs in Fulton County with management that agrees with increasing the cost of transportation for senior citizens and the management that does not accommodate senior citizen trips to grocery stores. And if I were to be asked to replace senior affairs management with management that makes sure that out of the thousands of senior citizens and friends of seniors in Fulton County, only 4 or 5 sit in on meetings of the Fulton County Commission on Elder Affairs. And if I were to be asked to find folks to replace senior affairs management with management that refuses to replace the defunct and defunded Council on Aging with representatives from other organizations that have served Fulton County seniors for years, I would say to those who ask, there is no need to seek that type of replacement management. They are here.
And this concludes the Zoom public comments.
No further speakers.
No
email.
All right, thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 9, County Manager's renewal items under Open and Responsible Government, 22-0674, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide standby professional services for facilities.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Justice and Safety, 22-0675, Sheriff requests approval to renew an existing contract to provide physical and mental health services to inmates at the Fulton County Jail and other locations.
Where you have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question. I couldn't find, what's the total number of inmates served? Anybody? Alton, maybe?
This is different. This is a renewal of the NAFCARE contract.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, and specifically nearly 30,000 over the last 628 days, last year plus.
Wow. Okay.
And those individuals have coexisting conditions, either been identified, 62% of the people that come in have been identified as having mental health opportunities and or substance abuse opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Madam Clerk.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays with Commissioner Erickson. 22-0676, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
And Mr. Chair, this is just point of privilege or suggestion. I mean, we obviously have a lot of our employees here with us. We have I suppose they are here with us for an item that's coming up later. I would suggest that we possibly amend the agenda and go ahead and take that up.
Second.
All right, motion to amend the agenda for the purpose of hearing item 22-0686 at this time. That item is found on page 11. Strike that. Item, page 11.
In one other related, this is your item, so I'll pose this question to you, but should we also take up 220694, this Justice Policy Board discussion at the same time?
Okay, without objection, those two amendments.
Okay.
All right, let's vote, please. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
No, sir, that was me who seconded. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, as usual, press the button afterwards.
Thank you.
That's incorrect, but
Okay.
no
just a
big
minute,
deal,
just a minute,
Chairman.
Just a minute. Let's vote, please. Motion to amend the agenda for hearing those two items.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, would you sound on page 11, item 220686?
22-0686, Sheriff requests approval of an immediate increased funding for the Sheriff's Office, concentrating on the deficits forecast in the fiscal year 2022 budget.
All right. No, that one, take that one first and the next. Sheriff, where are you?
Good morning again. Now, we do have a presentation, and baked in that presentation is the justification and the conversation around the $6 million. First, let me thank our county manager and his team with respect to what we have, or what we see as an opportunity for us to really move in a space that will allow us to meet year-end goals, to include one of the conversations we've had with HR as well as with you all over the last 628 days has been the removal of the 480 hours that you have to accrue before you can make overtime. And in doing so, we're losing deputies and officers at a record rate because they're going other places like DeKalb County where they're paying their jail staff triple time, or in Denver where the city council just passed legislation that actually codifies that jail officers get double time. What that looks like as we get ready to move forward. So specifically in the presentation, with respect to finance, you'll see two things that we got a couple of different presentations going on simultaneously. You'll see where the county manager and his team have proposed almost half of that, $3 million of that, which will get us into next year. Some of the rising fuel costs, some of the overtime costs, those things specifically, and I can get to those pages and give you specific pages there. The problem is, again, the 480, which is about a $2.8 million gap that, again, creates these record number of vacancies. So the ask here is, because there's a much larger ask for 2023, we've begun to socialize that piece. Since July, we've been trying to have these conversations and doing a good job meeting with the different teams throughout the county, administrative teams throughout the county, to see what that looks like. And to no surprise, it's a $69 million ask for 2023. You'll see during the presentation where we are, but this $6 million ask gets us through everything from not just crime fighting, but fuel, overtime, looking at how overtime and our salary savings, which were given to us but then taken back with good reason to make sure we met our monthly obligations in terms of overtime. So that's the $6 million funding proposal there. The county manager can lean in a little more in terms of what, from a platform perspective, or what his proposal or their proposal is, if that makes sense. So you want me to continue with the presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is the best part. All right. First of all, thank you. And let me apologize for the small disturbance. One thing that we wanted to do and really wanted to be intentful about, if that makes sense, and bring you your Fulton County Sheriff's Office. I was honored 628 days ago to be sworn in as the 28th Sheriff of Fulton County. As that, we wanted to introduce to you not just your Fulton County Sheriff's Office, but understand some of the commitments that each of us as elected officials have made. And so I was told I got to tell somebody somewhere next on this slide. Next, next, next slide, next, or just hand me the clicker. Next. Right, so thank you. All right, so this is, a lot of people don't understand what the Sheriff's Office and what we are comprised of, what we do, and next, and what that means to our 1.2 million citizens. So that we have 3 constitutional responsibilities, most of you all know, but for the viewing public, we have the responsibility to run the jail, protect the courts, and we are the chief law enforcement in our county, period. What I wanted to do, next, what I wanted to do was introduce to you your K-9 unit. And this will be quick, but I want you to understand this is what we consider a biannual report that we want to bring to life. We want a real life. We want you to be able to understand where we are, what we've done. We've expanded our K-9 unit, your K-9 unit, from 3 operators to 9, including an emotional support dog. In that 628 days, we've had nearly 4,000 calls for service. That includes bomb events or searches, et cetera. We've searched for apprehension or apprehension dogs. Your dogs do it all. We have 9. We are the 2nd largest in the state. Right now, Chatham County, well, 2nd largest sheriff's office. Chatham County has 10, APD has 20, and these K-9s perform every safety precaution you need and you would want. So top to bottom, Lieutenant Underwood is the commander, and you see each one of the K-9s here in their present form. And so one of the newest additions is Deputy Welcher and Honey, so we lost Don. Many of you love Don, right, to come to your events. We lost Don, but we have Honey, who is our newest emotional support dog, and she's just a baby, so we're gonna need you all to help us break her in at your events. So again, I wanted to take an opportunity to, one, thank those that have come from other counties, right, to be a part of what the new Fulton County Sheriff's Office looks like. So with that, thank you all. We'll get them, and again, please apologize for the center aisle disturbance earlier. But it's important to note, right, some of the things that we've done, including nearly 1,500 jail searches, right? We go in looking for drugs. We go in, and by we, I mean our K-9 unit or your K-9 unit. Law enforcement and field operations. One of the things that we wanted to do coming into this space of law enforcement, this is the first time Fulton County has had an official motors unit. So you see coming down to your left, and one of the leading motors commanders in the country is Dolly Johnson. So we had the luxury of her starting her second career. She is not just an APD native, if you will, but she retired there, and you have one of the best motors units in the country, bar none. We have 6 motors, and look at some of the lists and the things that they've been able to do holistically, really just move the needle on what it looks like in terms of presidential escorts, in terms of crime fighting, being able to move in and throughout Fulton County a little more fluidly. And again, thank Dolly Johnson and her team for being with us in this space. Thank you. Next. Field operations. Something that is little known with respect to the sheriff's office. A lot of times, and I know you all go out in our community and say, what does sheriff do, right? Part of that is we serve civil papers. If you look at this middle number, nearly 7,000 civil papers. Now, what does that mean? That means everything from lawsuits to divorce papers, everything from child custody issues. But here's something else that is absolutely unique in as much as we have the most cases flowing through the county, is we also serve keep the peace service warrants or keep the peace orders that are served through the judges. The judges come in, they do evictions. We do evictions as well, so it's not just on the marshal services there from that perspective, but we want to give you an idea of some of the things that we've been able to do. Again, part of my commitment to our county is that we're going to fight crime. We're going to really move in a space where we create a safer Fulton County, and that's our goal as we get ready to move. So the transfer unit, the slide that has been put up now, one of the things that you also have to keep in mind is because we have the largest jail in the Southeast with nearly 3,600 individuals, the courts have not shut down as much as they've slowed down, right? COVID did have a huge impact on what we do, but if you look at those totals there, people having to go back and forth to court, and this is inclusive now of some of the Zoom opportunities, and I do want to thank, it was Glenn at the time, but Lateef and his team, and Alton bringing forth the Zoom opportunities you'll see when we start talking about court. But those totals, that's nearly 8,000 individuals that have to be transported to court. Next. Law enforcement traffic unit. One of the things that we were missing and one of the things that we have taken opportunity to enhance is simply that. And you know, I'm one of those people that if you 5-10 miles over, right, I'm okay with that. But if you're egregiously in a space where you're doing 110 up through Sandy Springs or Cascade, doesn't matter where, you are endangering our community. We started a traffic unit with the help of the foremost leading expert from the state. You go to any state patrol person or commander, and they'll tell you the best person in the business is now our Sergeant Lynch. And so he's taken this committee, this traffic detail in this unit and moved us in a space where we are actively going out and seeking out those that mean us harm in the traffic space. So it's also, again, a first, right? Much like the K-9, much like the motors unit, a first traffic unit in the space of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Next. 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 Thank you. Our Scorpion unit, one of the things that we talked about from inception was trying to figure out how we combat crime in and throughout Fulton County. The Scorpion unit, standing here, comprised of a number of individuals coming everywhere from APD to much further south, wanting to be in a space to fight crime. And in this, you can see for yourself some of the details that are done. Go back a slide, please. Go back a slide, please. One of the things that stands out here is the Scorpion unit in and of itself, which was comprised nearly 14 months ago. It was not 2 years old as most of the other opportunities here, but they have taken almost 70 guns off the streets of Fulton County. That in and of itself has an impact. They've gone after and found nearly 143 different people. We have a crisis. We continue to talk about crime in and throughout Fulton County. The difference is your sheriff's office is doing something about it. Next. Next. So these are just some of the details that have the Scorpion unit itself, the crime suppression unit itself, actually has participated in. Now, quick note for my social media fans. One of the members here recently, the team itself was awarded the Scorpion, the Gang Summit Initiative Award through APD for the work that they've done to create a healthier and safer county. But one in particular also, and I did not, in essence of time, you can go back and I'll send it to you on social media. Some of you may have seen it, where we had a Scorpion unit swim across Boulder Creek and the park out near Boulder Creek, swim across a river and capture a gentleman that was wanted for homicide. Next. 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 Thank you. So the crime suppression unit, I want you to see really who, and go back, thank you. We're not just going after individuals that are wanted for traffic charges or DUI, et cetera. Left to right, you see 2 individuals that were wanted for homicide. You see in the middle, Ortez, a gentleman that came across the Georgia state line, raped a little girl, and called himself going to go back, all right? Again, an opportunity. Now, Thompson on the end is the individual that was swimming across the Tatum Creek over by Boulder Park, which again was captured by the Scorpion unit. Next. So moving on to our CID division. A lot of times I get calls from our constituents about investigations, what that looks like, et cetera. We do have a criminal investigation division. And in that space, they have 2 primary functions. They focus on our federal task force, our federal task force partners, the FBI, Secret Service, DEA, you name it. If it's an alphabet, we have somebody attached to it. And these firearms that are seized are not a part of that original 69. So go next, please. Next. Yeah, thank you. Now, part of the CID unit and their responsibility centers around the Sexual Offender Registry, which is a mandate from each sheriff of the 159 counties. You will find that Fulton County has the most registrants in the state, period. If you recall, just a few months ago, actually a few weeks ago, one of the city council members came over and wanted to put a stopgap into some legislation about how we better go after absconders, how we better rate sexual predators and what that looks like. So we've done that. We've begun to do that using technology and upgrading that. If it were my choice, and the law won't allow me just yet to put bans on all 2,000 sexual predators, but we can. That number that's 46, where it says sexually dangerous predators, we actually have partnered with the state to actually monitor them because that is a state law. All right, next. Again, our CID, next. Again, our CID division actually are going after those that mean us harm. So what you will see here is a different set of individuals in and throughout Fulton County. I made a commitment when I became sheriff that we would create the top 10 most wanted in list so that we can go after these that mean us no good. And you can see each one of these that have been captured, charged with kidnapping, not just impersonating a police officer, but he had several other felonies to go with that. And then we had 2 individuals, one of which decided he was going to go on social media and continue to threaten a lot of people in our county. So next. Next. What you will see on the next slide is top left corner. Everyone on here is charged with heinous crimes. The one on the top left was wanted on America's Most Wanted, and your team in Fulton County, your CID team, went and got him. So to that extent, you'll see the number of people that we've continued to capture. Next. Moving to court operations. Again, and I'm sure that you all have heard enough from the judges with respect to the amount of cases they've seen, the amount of cases that flow through the Fulton County court. We have to keep in mind that anytime someone comes to our courthouse so that these life safety codes are met, we screen nearly, in the last 628 days, we've screened nearly 700,000 people. So in and above that piece, you'd see how many, nearly 1,000 different items have been confiscated, from guns to knives, et cetera. Our goal is to create the safest courthouse in the Southeast. Part of that, when you see us get ready to ask for this larger amount, is because we have to update our machines. One of the things that you all will get is the security assessment that was done through Cloud9, a third-party company that comes in. One of the things that we all have seen or experienced is when you come into our courthouse, your first contact is 30, 40, 50 feet in. Our courthouse needs to be safe, as safe, if not safer, than Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. Next. As we move into human resources, the thing that you will see that that stands out for me, a couple things that need to be noted. In 2015, there was an actual staffing analysis done. So 8 years ago, we were 182 people down in terms of sheer funding for those positions. We have worked with the county manager and his team to bring that number up. We're close now. This is still 8 years ago, the study. We're going to commission another study, again, part of a larger ask, which is normally around $300,000 to $400,000. But right now, if you look at those actual numbers, that means we're still, 8 years later, 32 positions down from that perspective. Now, the middle numbers, when you come to add up 21, 22 in terms of new hires and separations, a couple things you'll find out is we're not doing a bad job of hiring and recruiting. We've recruited nearly 400 people, but we've lost an additional 400 people. So to that end, again, I mentioned earlier some of the things that other counties and other areas are doing to help stave off some of the separations. Now, again, and what we've done based on some language and some conversations from each one of our commissioners is try to figure out why people are leaving, all right? People don't want to work in the Fulton County Jail. Those sheroes and heroes are just that every day when they go to work and the conditions that they go in. And so, again, I applaud you early before we talk about some of the jail numbers on it, putting us in a space where we can commission a jail feasibility study. Next. Copy that. All right, so one of the things we want to make sure that you know we're doing is, again, I challenge my team and say, listen, don't worry about thinking outside the box, just move the box, right? If there's no box, there's no limitations. One of the things that we've done is started Recruitment Fridays. Every Friday, we're in and throughout our communities going out looking for good candidates. Now, this doesn't include our daily recruitment activities. We're still using Indeed, still using face-to-face recruitment office and having people come in. But again, that gives you an idea how we've crossed the county going for a diverse workforce, looking for a diverse workforce, and continuously moving through there. Next. So one of the things that you heard JT speak about when you all called him down to the front is that leadership requires training, all right? Leaders train. One of the things that we continue to do as a sheriff's office is right now we are training in conjunction with, I do want to thank Chief Yates and his team, Captain Sheldon, out at the Training Academy, a topic for another day. But we certainly, right now, we train 85% of the individuals that are coming through the Training Academy. And so that, again, is a topic for another day. But understand that we train, and we have to train, not as though something might happen. We train as though it will happen so that we are ready. All right, next. One of the things that you will note about your Fulton County Sheriff's Office is that we've taken training to another level. And so we've started the Fulton County Training Leadership Institute. And so one of the things coming in, you'll see a picture there. One of the things that coming in, you understand that we had a problem internally. Go back to, that's fine, leave it there. We had a problem internally, and we had to figure out how to better train leaders. And so now we are doing such a good job. You have a sheriff in Cobb County and several other counties that want to come in and be a part of this Leadership Institute so that we can invite not just the community in to be a part of it, but really talk about what leadership moving forward in 21st century policing looks like. All right. The other thing that we've done is partnered with Post Peace Officer Standard Training Council and Director Ayers out there to offer training, that resiliency training, CIT training, these things, this critical incident training is actually helping us move into a space to include mental health training. All right, next. So one of the things that the Sheriff's Office is responsible for next is property and property seizure. That goes into a warehouse conversation. And so to that extent, one more slide, next. Next. So again, this is just state, this doesn't include federal assets and federal forfeitures. So you'll see a lot more activity around this as we get ready to move forward. Next. Many of our community, and I'll start talking ahead of the slide, many in our community don't even realize that it's a state law that you gotta have a license to even have a raffle, right? So we handle raffles. We handle bond surety amounts. So this slide in and of itself will tell you how and our purpose behind the raffle, the licensing that go along with that. Next. We talked about civil processing already, so in the essence of time, we will continue to move. Next. One of the things that you heard me say to you almost 600 days ago was that, the slide will catch up, is that we needed to do something with our fleet. And when you look at our fleet, look at where we are. Again, if you recall me coming up here and telling you I had a car that stopped on Cascade, the first car they assigned me, one of the things that we worked with Fleet Services, Joe Davis and Director Davis and his team is being a little more proactive about replacing our vehicles, many of which we've not waited on the county side of the house to replace, because sometimes it takes a little longer, and then as the sheriff's office, we have an opportunity to move a little faster. Right now, we have 316 vehicles. Of those 316, 32 of them need to be replaced again per the county policy, and there are several that are reaching life cycle that will continue to move in that space. One of the things that we found to be an opportunity, if you recall, years past, because we did such a poor job maintaining our fleet, we actually had vehicles that looked terribly different, right? There was no uniform or uniformity to our processes, so we've corrected that as well. It is worth noting that on the vehicles that we have purchased and worked with Kier, and I don't know Kier's last name, you have to forgive me, Mr. Davis's team on getting, we have provided the upfits on those, so that's where some of those dollars go to. And when I say upfits, we're talking lights, sirens, things that would normally come into that space. So that does not include tag readers. So there are funding opportunities there. One of the things that we are serious about, and that is our community engagement. Many of you have given us an opportunity, and we've enjoyed the partnerships as we have continued. So you'll see some of the things that you all have helped us accomplish as we continue to move forward. But the important telltale sign here is that there are nearly 50,000 citizen impacts that we have as a sheriff's office done with you all's help in many of those instances. Next. Again, this is community engagement. This is a space where we want to really, look, and I've said this, and there's no science behind it, but we talk often about the school to prison pipeline. We talk about third grade reading level. Our goal is to go even younger, right? So we've changed the shop with a cop to shop with a sheriff and impacted our residents from north and south. You look at our Thanksgiving food giveaway where we partnered with Helen Willis over at the city of South Fulton, Councilmember Helen Willis, and fed nearly 1,000 families. So our goal is to really be an active and engaged part of our community. Next. Just this year alone, and the pictures again will catch up, this year alone, going back to school, we gave away nearly 800 backpacks, and we started for the first time ever a Junior Deputy Leadership Academy. Again, meeting kids where their needs are, but at the same time giving them an opportunity and exposure to our Fulton County Sheriff's Office. All right, so let's talk about the jail. One of the things that has been a pain point for many of us is that the population we know as a given that we are now on any given day between 3,500 and 3,600 detainees, right? I appreciate you all's leaning into the jail feasibility study. As I mentioned earlier, we are in the midst of having the conversation with and about ACDC. So one of the things that gets stuck in the conversation is the data, right? And so I want to thank Alton and Shay Alexander and Lauren, who spent long hours sludging through the data. So what each one of you have is every data point on every individual arrested and currently in the custody of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Now, what's important about that is because across the street, the conversation is, how do we do this census? I adamantly disagree with creating a committee to then go study something, to then try and figure out how we better serve or move 700, 800 people. I am in a state of crisis. We have to get people off the floor. And one of the things that you will see is you will continue to go through your package, and we will offer those same packets to Judge McBurney, who's the chair of the board, as well as Chairman Hillis. And there are a couple things that are important about this. You will see, and each one of you had email today, and there's a copy in front of you. I have met with the Bureau of Justice Assistance, the National Institute of Corrections, and asked them to come do a security audit, which will then give you the leverage and the opportunity to say, look, the feds are wanting to help us in this space. Federal government has assistance to do it, everything from training to contraband to everything except employees, right? And so we want to receive that help, but more importantly, I wanted you to have that as well. So what you have in your package is a letter to the Judicial Review Board saying simply, we've met the spirit of the legislation. We've met it, and we want to move forward. But again, let me tell you a couple other things about the jail that are going on, because again, it's a myth that we lock people up and throw them away. And it's the absolute opposite. Some of our jail programs, some of which many of you have been to visit, been to graduations. We restarted the K-9 cellmate program, one of the best in the country. But again, what you see is our attempt to make sure people are better than when they came in. So we have a cosmetology program, a GED program. Again, it's on and on that people graduate from, and we are going to, as soon as we can level set, we are going to move into restarting the PAT 3 program, preparing adult offenders to transition through training and therapy. And those individuals at the time became city employees. It's an opportunity for them to become county employees. All right, the highlights we talked about, but again, one of the things that is listed as well is our mental health program as well. As we mentioned earlier, nearly 30,000 people have mental health contacts that we've come in contact with. How do we better serve them? That's our goal moving forward. Next. One of the things that we were faced with coming in, and I do appreciate each one of you that have taken the opportunity to come in, visit, whether it be past or present, what that looks like is the day-to-day horrific space that we've been operating in. So what you see here is a padded cell that we have begun to, for better words, rehab. But one of the most important things that Joe Davis and his team, Director Davis, I apologize, and his team has been able to do is really redo the showers. If you recall when you came over, how horrific some of the showers are. Now, we've redone 13 of them. I don't want you to think we've redone all of them because it's a hefty price. But to be able to be in a space to treat people like they're human, even if we can't move people tomorrow to ACDC or other places, we have an obligation to treat them like they're human. So anytime we have an opportunity to do better, we want to make sure we do that. Next. Now, why do I show you this? Because there are bad apples in every organization. And one of the things that you find, these four individuals, right? One was a nurse, one was working for Johnson Control, one was working as a deputy, and the other, another contractor, right? We found that they brought contraband into the facility, and as such, they have been charged. In Antonio Brown's case, he was charged. The judge, it's okay for me to say this, the judge didn't feel as strongly about it as I did, and he received a bond. And I worked with the best DA in the country, Madam Willis, and we indicted him, and he's back in jail. You're not going to cross the guard line, bring contraband into our facility, and put other people in danger. It's not going to happen. And there are consequences for doing that. Also, as you talk about the ask, though, there from not just the courthouse, there has to be new magnetometers, new entryway opportunities for us to do a better job of detecting some contraband that comes in. Next. Speaking of contraband, I want to give you something. So what you'll see in these wheelbarrows are shanks. Right now, they total over 1,100 shanks. These are pieces of the building that have been ripped apart, fashioned into knives, fashioned into deadly weapons. Now, one of the things I want to do, and I want to thank Commissioner Hall, I want to work with Bureau of Arts and Cultural Affairs and commission some artwork at some point out of these building parts. Obviously, we can't use them anymore. And then start taking that around to some of the schools, make it mobile, put it in a space that we can show people what happens inside jails. We've had conversations about the number of individuals that have been assaulted in the facility. Again, the letter to the Bureau of Justice asking for assistance. But these are building parts that constantly get ripped apart. So you'll see behind you on some of that, you'll get a closer look based on what we're doing here. And I want you to understand, we are doing something about it. Every time there's an opportunity, every time, again, driving overtime, let me be absolutely clear, is that we have rotated the motors unit into the jail, rotated community service into the jail, rotated transfer, rotated law enforcement into the jail so that we can constantly do this. But more importantly, we've invited Fulton County, the PD, Cobb County Sheriff's Office, DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, as far away as Newton County, to come in and do mass shakedowns. And these are some of the results from that perspective. Next. Here's an interesting piece as you look at some of these. Some of these are not being fashioned, right? So you can't fashion marijuana and you can't fashion tobacco, which goes at almost an even higher price inside the facility. That means somebody's bringing it in. Again, an opportunity for us to shore up the front lobby and entrance, egress and regress as we go forward from there. All right, next. Thank you. This goes back to the heart of the very first resolution or first ask that came up, and this is how we arrived there. Part of our mid-year ask, and again, we've been having this conversation. I do applaud our county manager and his team, and Sharon, Ms. Whitmore and her team. We've been asking and at this since July, so I don't want you to think this is just all of a sudden. And so to that extent, you look at the increase, not just inflation in terms of the population, in terms of feeding individuals, but you also look at the fuel costs, right? We're doing more in our community. That is to be expected. This overtime, again, this is the proposed piece, so I do want, again, applaud the team, the administrative team, for making sure that we are at least moving in the right direction from there. Next slide, please. So this is the piece that is unfunded. So you see the $2.8 million. That piece is, again, goes to the crux and the heart of the 480 program. So we worked with Mr. Herman and his team to identify, yeah, we can move away from the 480. It's going to cost more money. And then the other thing is you get ready to churn through next year's and years to come budget, is understanding that if we know we use $3.9 million in overtime, but we only allocated 2.5, so we started out with a deficit from the beginning. And so as people continue to get in and out of law enforcement, what that ultimately looks like. And so what you will see in the package that you have, again dated in July, is ultimately the request for $69 million as we get ready to move into 2023. I know it's a large ask, but it makes your sheriff's office safe because of life safety codes and where we are. What that looks like for us is a safer Fulton County. Almost 60% of that, let me break it down even further, is what I send each of you when I get it. 55 to 60% of that is personnel. We cannot move forward, right? Again, I applaud you for standing with me and making sure we start our deputies out at 50. Well, I can go to Quick Trip now, the police department they started, and I can make 67, all right? We moved our deputies to 45, certainly appreciate that. In that proposal is moving our deputies' base salary to $70,000, moving our detention officers' salaries to $65,000, and you cannot do this without professional staff. We don't call our civilians, we don't call them civilians, we call them professional staff, all right? Our professional staff really is the meat that holds up the sheriff's office. So I understand it's a large ask, but we cannot, and every time I get those postings, if you will, right? You can go to Roswell Fire Department and start out at 81 with a bachelor's degree, right? And what that looks like. First people I call Mr. Herman so he can help me digest that piece, but then understanding if we're gonna lead in this space, it's gonna start with outclassing everybody else. And we absolutely have to figure out a way to meet that mandate. So again, I will answer any questions. I do know one book that's coming. October 7th is what I told Commissioner Hausman, but my understanding, Mr. Davis, October 14th, we'll get the keys to Alpharetta. And in here are 4 sergeants and a lieutenant that are taking over Alpharetta. So again, we've done a good job of preparing for that. And so as we move in furniture, my best guess is by Halloween, we'll be ready to rock and roll. And so I have socialized that with several of the mayors up in North County, but also an opportunity for us to field any questions that you may or may not have. So,
All right, thank you, Sheriff. Let's take questions from for the sheriff before we hear from the before we hear from the manager, Mr. Adams. All right, here's the lineup: Commissioner Ellis, Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Hall, and Vice Chair Hausman. Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So October 7th, that's what you said on that?
October 14th. So originally,
October
what I told-
14th.
Right,
Okay.
that's when we get the keys.
Gotcha.
And then we have furniture being delivered.
Targeted 10/31.
They've done a fantastic job of rehabbing that. And we added additional, and I say we, because the sheriff's office added additional 28 cameras up there. And so we'll have a best-in-class facility.
Yeah. Well, great, that's great. Well, certainly you presented a lot of information to us today, so we got a lot of different things. I guess I wanted to kind of come back and sort of distill in terms of what we want to try to deal with, in terms of an ask today, and I realize we're going to hear from the manager and, and HR as well. So regarding the overtime piece, are we talking about, is the ask today more about just for the additional funding for this year, or also a policy change this year?
So it's both if the opportunity presents itself, and I won't speak for the county manager, but they've done a good job laying out, okay, here's the 3.4 to kind of get us to this next point.
Okay.
But we'll lose 20 deputies and 20 officers by then, right? My commitment to remove and move away from the 480 is part of the ask as well. So I'm not sure if the county manager and the team have come up with that or where they are on that from that perspective, but the $6 million ask will do both.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess we're not going to talk now, but are y'all prepared to, when we get through the end of questions, sort of to talk about that?
Good morning, Commissioner Kenneth Herman, Jr., Chief HR Officer. I can speak to the policy and procedure question if you want me to address that right now, sir.
You want to go ahead and let him address it?
So in preparation for the sheriff, and the sheriff has indicated that we've been working for quite some time, we have modified policy 108-16 that allows for elected officials, in this case the sheriff, to make that decision on their own to transition away from a calm time first environment to an overtime pay-as-you-go environment. So the policy and the procedure already allows for it. So I think the primary conversation is the funding to effectuate the policy.
Okay. And I guess so, Sheriff, too, could you just sort of articulate so we fully understand what the policy is? Because I think there's some confusion about.
So let me do the best I can because I was confused. So when I first became sheriff, there was a requirement, and again, thank you, Mr. Herman, there was a requirement that every employee accumulate 480 hours before we can start paying them overtime. And so now you're talking about, in some cases, weeks and months before you even get to that point. And then what we were doing is a person takes 2 weeks off, and so now their time is back down, and we use that time. So now they're back to 400 hours. They have to accumulate another 80 hours in compensatory time before we pay them overtime. And you can go right out to Cobb County right now, and every 2 weeks they're paying overtime. You go out to, I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, you go out to DeKalb County, they're paying triple time, right? So it is impacting our retention.
So, but to accumulate the 480 hours, does that mean that the new employee that's brought on can only work a standard work week until they accumulate 480?
No,
or they can work overtime, but they won't be compensated at a higher rate?
Not only can work overtime, in many instances, we are making it mandatory that they work overtime.
But they can't be compensated per the policy at the overtime rate.
Well, correct, and Mr.
Is that the way the policy works?
Sorry, Commissioner, I was,
Yes,
So-
Yes, Commissioner Ellis.
Okay.
They have to accrue.
yes.
Their overtime that they worked is first accrued as compensatory time up to the 480 hours. And once they reach the 480 hours, then any hours worked over a standard work week would be paid out as overtime pay, unless there was a utilization of time off or something that would net out against it. So it's like they have to bank the hours into comp time before they then become eligible to earn overtime pay. Very similar to the comp time requirement for other employees. The difference is the max there is 240 hours versus 480 for the law enforcement.
So we have a different policy for,
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, Commissioners, this is also keeping in line with what the Federal Department of Labor allows for organizations who are comp time force. So we are a comp time force organization. So law enforcement underneath their statute is follows a 480 schedule, while non-exempt employees that are not law enforcement can follow a 240 schedule.
And it also allows for law enforcement to follow a 171 schedule. So you amass 171 hours, which is over 11 hours over the normal 160 for employees, and you start making overtime then. So the majority of law enforcement that I have worked for or been involved with over the years, normally they use the Federal Labor Standards Act of sworn personnel at 171.
so is that something that we've looked at in terms of moving to that kind of, have you surveyed that? Is that, what do you feel is a common structure? The 171 that the sheriff
Well, yes, the
described?
171 is a common structure that you would find within the law enforcement realms because of their shift schedules and their JPAs and all those different things. The 171 fits within that structure. I would not recommend moving away from that per se.
You recommend moving?
No, I would not recommend moving away from that, leaving that structure intact.
But we don't have that structure right now.
No, we do.
No, my interpretation is you're saying don't do anything other than in 171.
Correct.
Right, don't. So there are law enforcement agencies that pay overtime at 40 hours a week, right? And my interpretation is that he's saying stick with the 171 if we can move to that and fund that piece. Is that accurate?
Well, let me just make sure I'm clear myself. So our current structure is 171. So they work a 171 pay cycle, for lack of a better term, Commissioners. What I would suggest is that, or what we're talking about primarily, is if the sheriff has the wherewithal, the finances to move to a pay-as-you-go overtime as it's earned versus comp time banked, which is up to the 480, that he would have the authority to do so without changing any of our regular time and attendance rules and regulations, or moving away from what the standard Department of Labor structure is, and can pay his officers and his deputies overtime in real time if he has the finances to do so within his budget.
Okay, I'm still a little bit struggling with I'm not understanding the 480 reference and the 171 reference. I guess I'm not connecting the dots on that.
The 171 speaks to the total number of hours that the deputy would work within a month pay cycle. I think
Okay.
your officers are paid on like a 28-day or 30-day cycle, if I remember correctly. So that's what the 171 is speaking to.
Okay.
So let me see if I can unpack this. So the 171 is the structure, but we don't pay at 172. We accumulate comp time up to 480 before you can accumulate at 171. Is that accurate?
If you want to really keep this simple, stay away from the 171. Let's just focus on the 480, because that's what you're trying to solve, correct?
I want to get rid of the 480.
Correct.
Well, I personally want to try to figure out a way to address this, but I'm still a little bit kind of confused following, kind of the entirety of the structure here and its implications. So maybe we can kind of keep talking about it. So but the 3.4 is more, there's two numbers, the 3.4 and the 2.8.
So the 3.4 satisfies and hopefully gets us through the end of the year under the current structure.
Under the current
In order
structure.
to move out from under the current structure is an additional 2.8.
Okay. And for our management team, have y'all synced up on this 3.4 number?
We had already included those costs in our projection for the sheriff's spending for the year. So that is already part of what we contemplated in our spending plan. And the finance department already had a plan to shift those resources to the sheriff's department during the soundings process in the month of October. So we've covered that piece. The piece that we did not cover through the mid-year review was the policy change on comp time, because that will have a recurring cost to it on an annual basis, and we did not have the resources to cover that recurring cost on an annual basis, which is why we didn't recommend it. Instead, we recommended it should be considered as part of the 2023 budget, along with the other compensation items that the sheriff submitted with his mid-year budget ask.
Okay. So, Sheriff, are you comfortable with the concept of the 3.4 being addressed at the budget soundings, but then continued discussion on the other component? Or are you looking more for a specific action today?
In the best of all worlds,
Right.
I'd like the specific action so that the women and men of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office can immediately take advantage of the removal of the 480, right?
Mhm.
And I'm sensitive to the fact that there are a lot of moving parts.
Right.
I would prefer to err on the side of the it'll do a couple of things, right? Err on the side of the $6 million, but it will also give us a foundation for a couple months to be able to figure out what the next year looks like.
Couple questions for our team on obviously the sheriff sort of highlighted, kind of the challenges we've had with really just sort of churning a person down. We're basically, if I saw your numbers right, we're essentially flattish year over year in terms of total staff.
Correct. So we're right at 400 even, right?
And we had allocated a certain amount of funding, additional funding via ORCA, right? Which you've really not technically been able to really utilize
We've
much.
not been able to.
Could we not, in light of that, and in light of certainly of the challenges that have been described, certainly much of this is driven by pandemic-related activity, right? So it strikes me that a funding of a portion of the additional overtime that's needed to staff, even though we hadn't been able to kind of, the notion was we were going to hire additional people. We've not been successful at doing that, and I think the sheriff's done an excellent job, and I think we're all intuitive enough to understand how difficult it is, right? Hiring environment, not only the salary, but working conditions in particular. But could we not reposition a portion of the ORCA money to deal with, on a short-term basis right now, this overtime component? And would it potentially be possible to, without changing the policy, establish an emergency period and utilize some of the ORCA funding to sort of test out, kind of what this looked like and its impact before adopting the policy?
And if I'm not mistaken, that's exactly what DeKalb County is doing, because they're
Okay.
offering triple time until December, right? So employees sign saying they understand that this is limited time only, but at the same time, if I'm not mistaken, they're using ORCA monies to do so.
Do we have any position from any of our folks on that as a concept?
Commissioner Ellis, certainly one that we could consider. We did just recently rebalance the Project Orca budget in order to address the need to extend positions beyond the original 2023 closeout timeframe. So in order to do that, we would have to take another pass at rebalancing the budget and perhaps pull back a good portion of those extensions that we were considering.
Okay,
Alton, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, that excuse me, that is correct, Sharon. We did in fact use the funds to extend the positions, for example, really across the board in terms of the DA and the various courts and so on, through I think October of 2024. If we were in fact to do this, we'd have to, in fact, we have to go back and change some things and move those back and potentially take some of the months off in 2024 to do that.
Well, it sounds like you know, the 3.4, it sounds like we're fairly comfortable with that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I mean, is there a technical reason why we couldn't address that today versus waiting on the soundings in October?
I mean, we were just planning to move it as part of the global soundings that we'll be making for any other agency that needs funds moved to them as well to cover COLA or any of the other expense projection items.
And would it be possible to have as early as the next meeting some sort of concept of, you know, for this 2.8 or running something out through the end of the year, utilizing ORCA funds and or utilizing ORCA funds for even portion of the 3.4, quite frankly. I don't understand why we're not, you know, whatever we might apply to it, where you guys could come back and give us, you know, kind of a number that would make sense to, you know, position for that.
We could, if that's the direction the board would like us to take, certainly.
Okay. All right, I'll stop on this topic. I do want to, and let some other folks talk, I do want to come back and talk about this jail population thing. So I don't want to ignore that, but I think we do need to definitely address that. But I wanted to make sure I got the dollar ask we were talking about today.
Commissioner Morris.
Well, first of all, Sheriff, thank you for this. I've been here 8 years, and I learned a whole lot more today about your operations than I had in the previous 7.5 years. So thank you very much. A couple of things. It occurs to me, Mr. Manager and lost negotiating team, that the Sheriff's Department here in Fulton County is providing a lot of services, augmenting the local police departments. It's almost as if you're creating a Fulton Police Department here within your operation with the K-9 and the law enforcement units and these other things, the field ops, and the arrests you've been making, traffic stops. I mean, the Sheriff's Department is providing a lot of services that some of the cities are saying, you know, only they provide in the law enforcement. And so I appreciate that. And I guess a philosophical question, Sheriff, is where is the appropriate line between the county here in this realm and the local police departments? Are we risking duplication, for example? Or is it pure augmentation of the local police departments? Any quick thoughts on that?
So, and first of all, thank you. It is a quicker augmentation, right? So, and I don't want to malign or really say that other police departments aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. The sheriff is the chief law enforcement executive in the county, full stop. We've always said we had a full-service sheriff's office. We've just never done it. And so now we're doing it. And here's the piece that's really, really important, and I hope it's gleaned from this. We got heroes and sheroes that are coming to fight crime, right? And so it's easier for me to hire on both tracks, right? I can go out and say, I need some crime fighters. Now, there's some people that say, I don't want to be crime fighters, and I'd rather work in a jail. We want to hire you too. But why would I carry over 100 vacancies simply to not fight crime? And so when I get calls from my commissioners and constituents that says, anything you can do about this street racing, right? I got a Scorpion unit that goes out and augments and works with GSP, be able to move in those spaces. And so we are doing yeoman's work, but we're doing what we're constitutionally responsible for doing. And so I hope that you and many others are proud of your sheriff's office. And so, again, thank you.
Yeah. Well, certainly my constituents want to have any additional help in crime prevention and as possible. So, but again, I guess I didn't really understand until today how much you do in that arena. So thank you for that. And again, gives me another piece of information to provide to my constituents who are calling me saying, I can't believe the county wants so much of the lost revenue. Interesting. I appreciate Commissioner Ellis's questions because I had some about the funding source and also I think I understand the 480. They have to accumulate that comp time before they start getting paid. And then what happens when they use some of it, the comp time, then they have to grow back up to 480 before they start getting?
Correct. So we're handing out a bunch of IOUs.
Bunch of free hours, but, I mean, not free hours, a bunch of time off.
Right.
But
That we
no
never get to
dollars, no dollars in the pocket. You had something up about seizures, and I know there've been some questions sometimes in past years about the availability of the money from the seizures that you have, whether that's available to you for any of these needs, or are those just used for other kinds of needs?
So the way the legislation is written is we can use it for crime-fighting purposes. And so, great question, right? People want to ask why we spending money on motorcycles. Well, we have seized money we can spend on crime-fighting activities, buying laptops for our CID units. So those we have been able to use and to really stay afloat as we tighten our budget to make sure we are being good stewards.
But above and beyond whatever that amount is, you need this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then I was going to ask, I mean, the legislation that's before us on the agenda calls for an immediate increased funding of $6.2 million. Is the team supportive of that legislation, or are we talking about now with Commissioner Ellis's questions, doing it in a different way?
Commissioner Morris, we had already contemplated I believe it's 3.3 million when we did our mid-year review. So that we had planned to bring forward as part of a budget soundings. The balance of the request that's related to the comp time change, we did not recommend that as part of our mid-year review because it has an annual impact of $6 million roughly. We did not recommend it as part of the mid-year review.
So your thought is to wait on the 3.4 million until October soundings?
That was our plan, yes, sir. So from my perspective, it's not necessarily, that piece is not necessarily new funding. It was something we had already developed into our spending projections for the year, but had not planned to move it until October so that we see the amount that we really need to move based on their actual spend through the end of September.
Okay. And where was that money going to come from, under your thoughts?
The majority of it will probably come out of funds that we set aside for COLA for this year.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for addressing the overtime because that was just, There's no way our employees should be working like that and not getting compensated. Let me just say that. You deserve to be compensated for the work that you've done. So a couple of things. I did have a conversation yesterday at the Mayor's National Voter Registration Day at City Hall with DeKalb County Sheriff Melody Maddox, and she talked about the triple time, and I was jealous. And I said, there's no way DeKalb County should be ahead of us on how they're compensating their employees. And so I'm very grateful and thankful for you standing here before us today to address this overtime situation. We are the largest and the best county in the state of Georgia. And sometimes when we travel nationally, we are the best nationally as well, and we need to continue to hold that position. I want to say, Commissioner Ellis said it's been 8 years and he's learned more today than he has over 8 years. Commissioner Morris. And I have to say, after being here 11 years, I feel the same way. I feel like today was a very clear and concise education on what the Sheriff's Department does. And I also have to commend you publicly because when you won your election, you immediately contacted me and said, I'm going to get sworn in early so I can get to work early. And I started giving you so many things to do. And one of the things that you did was we were having a lot of shootings and killings and murders in Atlanta and around Fulton County, and I asked you, could you create an overlay plan to help the police departments, and you did that. You came in day one doing that, and that is what Commissioner Morris sees. You actually do the policing as well. So this funding is available, the $6 million?
The 3.3 is available in our mid-year projections. We would have to identify the balance from somewhere, either from the general fund or by going back through and rebalancing Project Orca.
Well, Commissioner Ellis had an outstanding idea. I'm going to go ahead and press this button to move approval on this. And I have a few questions that I just need answered. You have a letter that you sent to, to Hakeem, our finance director, and it is part of this agenda item. And in the letter, you're listing cloud storage as a need, and this is on page 3, number 2 and 3. And I just want to say, I continue to be perplexed as to why so many departments have to come before us with separate IT needs and initiatives and projects. I just feel like IT should be in the forefront of every department doing business process reengineering, looking to see how, in a holistic approach, we can support our departments across the county. And I hear so often lately that we're moving to cloud technology. So is this an area that the IT department is already looking at?
Yes, Commissioner Hall. I believe Matt Meyhofer has been working with the sheriff and his team on defining the need and looking at the options for increasing the cloud capacity.
Great, I'm happy to hear that. And then on page 4, under operational assessments and improvements, continued, number 2 says employee gym, number 3 says 9th floor renovations. We all need renovations. The 10th floor needs renovations. We have a cockroach that has lived on the 10th floor in the women's bathroom for I don't know how many years now. I mean, we all need these cosmetics done. And then I've been approached by several county employees that the gym right here in this building needs some help, that it's not adequate But I think that, and I have to say this, until we come together and address this budget situation, we need to hold off on the cosmetics because there are so many other things like employees' pay, overtime, and so many other things that need to be taken care of. But this is well noted that we do need some cosmetic things. We do need our employees to come into their workplace and feel proud of it and feel like, you know, not be stressed about the environment, but feel good about the environment. And so that is important. And then on page 5, number 4, it says refund unfunded positions. So I'm trying to understand, they were unfunded, why?
So, first of all, thank you. And I have 2 brief comments. One, if I can start with the gym.
Yes.
Right? So we actually have capital funding to do that for our employees.
Good.
And again, I applaud Director Davis. We've cleared the land out back of the jail. The question became months ago, do I, as the sheriff, have the authority to erect a building to house a gym? That was punted over to the law department. I've not got an answer. I'd like to start, because we're not talking about something that can't be moved, and the equipment us saved, et cetera. So that's that, right?
That's good.
At
So you
that
did
point.
not get
So
an
we have the
answer?
funding. So I don't have the answer.
Can we get an answer?
Or maybe Mr. Davis, I don't know. We're still waiting on the answer. And this is, again, something we want to do. And again, we have the land, we have the opportunity. Let me say there. And it's funded, right? The 9th floor, again, people deserve to work in a space that is much like the Assembly Hall, right? It is absolutely beautiful. To go back to the funding and unfunding positions, one of the things that our CFO advised me moving into this position is that, yes, you have the funding, and then there are opportunities through HR to pay people higher than minimum when they come in, right? What does that look like? How do we attract talent? But in order for me to do it, we have to unfund the position, not abolish the position, right? Unfund the position to do it so that we can attract talent. And so we've done that, done a good job of that. And so ultimately, I like to fund it back so that we can continue to do yeoman's work and make sure we bring in qualified and really great talent.
So are you saying you're not able to do that?
No, I'm saying that we have to work within the framework of unfunding to offer someone $3,000 or $4,000. So I'll give you a prime example, right? We bring in talented investigators, right? That investigator who's retired from the Atlanta Police Department or Johns Creek or City of South Fulton, whatever that looks like, and they make X. Now, they can stay there and continue to make that, or we can offer them $3,000 or $4,000 more. But in order to get that money to do it, we have to unfund positions, right?
Right.
So when we recruit, and we've done a really good job, when we recruit and go after this talent, we have to be in a space to be able to say, an even better example, again, fighting crime. One of the things that we did with Mr. Herman's help is create the crime suppression team. Now, that crime suppression team gets paid a few more dollars because we're asking them to do a lot more in many instances, right? Including investigating and going after some of these folks that we know mean us no good, right? But in order to attract a talent pool that you see standing in front of you or sitting in all black, right? We have to unfund X amount of positions to entice and attract that talent.
Oh, I understand completely because remember, I worked here as an IT manager in the 90s, and so I had to do a lot of hiring and everything. But what's confusing me is it sounds very difficult the way that you're talking about it. To me, I know that you just simply write a memo and you say, take position number this and unfund it, create position number this with this title and fund it at this amount. And so I'm trying to figure out what the difficulty is. Is the money just not there for him to do that, or
Commissioner
what?
Hall, he has been able to do that. What he's asking to do is
Okay.
to take that list of positions that he unfunded. He's asking us to increase his budget now so he can refund those positions and keep everyone that he hired by unfunding them, keep them in place. So it's an incremental increase to his budget.
It's an increase.
Which is what he's
I'm looking for.
requesting. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And then this overtime compensation, it led me to the question of how many positions do we have in the county that require overtime, period? I'm sure it's just not only the sheriff's department. Are there other departments that have these situations with overtime? Because it makes me think about a time in Fulton County when we had people working out of class, and during this great resignation, which I find it funny because I said this was going to happen, if you look at, Bloomberg did an article and said the great resignation is now being called the great regret, because all these millions of people are regretting that they left their jobs, and they're realizing that there is nothing better out there, and they're missing their what they call the work family that they had. And so it's being called a great regret now. But we do have a situation where we have people who are working more than they usually would in their job because they're taking on extra tasks because there's so many people that are gone, so many positions that are vacant. And so what is the situation with just overtime, period?
Mr. Herman, I don't know if you have any numbers, but I mean, broadly speaking, Commissioner Hall, any non-exempt employee who works more than the standard work week hours of 40 hours a week would be entitled to be compensated for their time above that limit. We, as a comp time first employer, would compensate them first with compensatory time. When they reach the max of that, then we would pay them overtime. So any department that has non-exempt employees potentially has an overtime issue. I will ask Mr. Herman if he wants to add anything, or Hakeem if he wants to add from a budget perspective what he's seeing with overtime. Predominantly, the majority of the overtime comes from our law enforcement areas, and the sheriff's office for a number of years now has accrued and incurred the most overtime by far of any of our agencies.
Okay, so.
No, good afternoon, Commissioner. None to add to what Sharon shared, but I can probably go back and run some more detailed reports and share with you and the board members as to the overall overtime picture for the county for a 12-month period of time by department.
All right, because Sharon, you were saying there's a financial impact, and so if we change the policy to make it right, how many employees would that also impact? How many employees would the policy impact, and how would that impact us overall financially? That's kind of where my question.
Yeah, we need to. I'd feel like we would need to run some analysis on that to give you a strong answer on that.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the PFLSA account that we use to pay for the sheriff's overtime. And for 2021, it was a total of $4.1 million, and $3.9 million of that belongs to the sheriff.
All right, thank you, Hakeem. Thank you for that.
Are you finished with your questions?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm next in the queue, so I'm going to just go ahead and ask my questions. First of all, Sheriff, good to see you. You're looking really good today, as are your folks. Appreciate everybody coming today, and I have to echo the educational component of today was pretty profound.
Thank you.
I learned a lot, happily learned a lot. And also, I'm really glad to see we finally have a hard date to open Alpharetta. It's been a long time coming. are you going to put something out to the mayors to let them know that date? Since it's changed a few times, I know I've given them other dates that we haven't met.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All right, good, because I was hoping I'd be here when it opened, so.
You will be.
All right, good to hear. All right, so Commissioner Hall indicated she was making a motion. I'm really not clear what the motion is that she made after this discussion. While it has been educational, it's also been confusing, and especially on the area of comp time. I think, Mr. Herman, you mentioned something about us being a comp-first organization.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Did we designate ourselves that, or what's that about?
Yes, when I joined the organization, you were already in that posture of being a comp time force organization.
So then would the motion be to change that status? What was exactly the motion you were making, Commissioner Hall?
Sorry, it was move approval on this agenda item. He needs this $6.2 million.
Her motion was to approve the 6.265, 157.89 today.
Yeah,
That's
because
her
he
motion.
said he needed that.
Okay.
At this point, that's her motion.
All right. And then I guess I'm still a little confused on exactly what needs to happen here with this Comp First organization designation, Mr. Herman.
Commissioner, maybe what would be beneficial to the board is to allow us to come back to you with a detailed analysis to show how comp time is currently earned across all departments where eligible non-exempt employees have worked beyond the 40 hours, so you could understand the cost implication of switching from a comp time force to overtime as pay as you go, so you can understand that financial impact, because there is a significant financial impact from what we're seeing as it relates to how comp time is amassed during the course of the year by departments, especially the sheriff as one of the largest organizations where comp time or overtime is paid.
So this was in place when you joined Fulton County?
That's correct, Commissioner.
When was it established, do you know?
It was here when I got here in 1994.
Okay,
So we've
so-
been a comp time employer for a very long time, as was the 480 rule. It was here when I came as well.
Okay, again, I've learned a lot. I've been here almost 12 years. I didn't know that either. So just seems like it goes against other federal laws that are in place regarding overtime. So I'm very surprised to know that that's our position. I would really like to see how that's going to impact us going forward, because that doesn't seem to be good business. I also want to talk about these unfunded positions and clear the air, because I'm still a little confused on that. So on this page that you gave us in your slide deck, page 18, where it lists the current number of positions and what you hired and what we've lost and where we are today, it's got a vacancy number for 2022 of 155. Are those positions funded or not?
So those are funded. Right?
So those are
So
funded.
they're still funded, and I say still funded in as much as if there's talent that we need to unfund one or two positions to bring people in, but they're still funded. And it rotates, right? So this last couple months, for instance, we've hired almost 40 people, so we'll fill the vacancies, but we've lost 40 people. So it's one constant churn from that perspective.
Yeah, that's the interesting number here to me, is that we've lost about as many as we've hired. The cost associated with training folks and having them leave has got to be quite significant and a total waste of our money.
Well, yes and no. If they go to a different sheriff's office or law enforcement entity, we are going after those training dollars, right? If they have gotten out of law enforcement altogether, that's one thing. And the other thing that we need to do a better job of is, larceny is in my heart. I stole this from Nashville, Tennessee, Davis County. They hire somebody, they interview them today, go through a limited background, they start work tomorrow. They start work in an apprentice fashion so that they can see what the Fulton County Jail looks like, right? So what it entails. So we go through some of the training and the completion of the process, and then people decide, I don't want to be in law enforcement. And so that, to your point, can be expensive, but where there's money to be recouped, we do that.
So that's not currently our policy, that's Nashville's policy?
Correct.
And what do we have to do to institute a policy like
I'm
that?
working with Mr. Herman every day to try and figure out the best way to do that and compensate people for their time, but create that apprenticeship so that people know, especially those that have not been in law enforcement before. And so I saw you grab the mic. I don't know if, okay. So we're working on that piece.
Okay, well, we'd like to learn more about that too, Mr. Herman. To me, anything we can do to streamline the hiring process and make sure that we're compensating our folks adequately so that they stick around and that our investment is our investment, not someone else's investment, I think is really the direction we need to go in. So back to the unfunded positions. When you unfund a position, does it come off your books? What happens there?
So it's not abolished, which is a good thing. And I don't want to misspeak, but it's just lingering out there waiting on additional funding. And we could do the reverse if the opportunity permitted itself. I'm sorry.
That's correct. I mean, essentially, we mark it in the HR system as an unfunded position. It's available for the sheriff or any, if it's not the sheriff, if it's another department that's unfunded one of their positions, it's available for them to tap back into and refund, and they may refund it by unfunding a different position. So it's there. And again, what the sheriff is asking for is to have the balance, which I think was $8.3 million. So he's unfunded positions that total $8.3 million in order to do other things with the resources that were provided for those positions. And he's now asking the board, as part of his 2023 budget request, to consider refunding the positions that he has unfunded.
So that $6 million would refund the positions you've unfunded?
No.
So that's the 2023 ask.
Right.
The $6 million.
Okay. So at the
get
beginning
us-
of the year, you'll have a full complement of positions that you've unfunded this year will be added back in for your
that's the
funding
ask.
request?
That's the ask for 2023.
Okay.
The $6 million is different.
How many current unfunded positions are there?
We have that.
It's not on this little sheet here.
It's not on that sheet, but we have it, I promise you. We have the best team in the world. I want y'all to know that. And while Ms. Marksman's coming down, or Nikki Hawkins, she's gotten married, is coming down, I do want to take an opportunity to thank the team. I mean, it's been absolutely amazing and in preparation for this. So there's an answer.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for 2021, we've unfunded 147, and for this year, 53.
Thank you. So this 155 that you've got here that's still funded, that's not filled, we're now in September, I guess. So that's a significant number there of money that hasn't been utilized, correct?
Yes, ma'am, which the funding for that, some of the funding for that has been used to cover the cost of COLA, the ICS implementation. Some of it has been used to cover the unfunding and creation of different positions. So we've been using the savings generated from that to cover other expenses, as well as it's contemplated already in the projection that we provided the board, so that the $3 million that we bring forward will cover all of the costs that we expect to incur through the end of the year, plus allow a percentage of those positions to be filled from between now and the end of the year. I believe it was like 85% was what we projected would be filled at some point in time between now and the end of the year.
Did you say 85%?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then you've got your ORCA positions you're trying to fill too, and I'm looking at the report we have this week that you were allocated 58 positions for ORCA. You've got 12, it looks like, currently.
Correct. And where we're able to fill those positions mostly comes from people that have retired or moved on from law enforcement, want to come back, already have benefits, and want to receive the higher pay to work in court specifically. So I am working with Madam DA on a couple of other positions that will allow us to create a more safe environment internal to the jail, and we can have that conversation later. But yes, we are doing that, and I know Mr. Adams and his team have been working feverishly to help us get that done.
I guess I'm just trying to, for the benefit of the public, get a handle on the difference between an ORCA position and a general position.
And so ultimately, the general position, people want a career. They don't want the monies to run out, but at the same time, they have benefits and the things that come along with being hired. The ORCA position itself are generally reserved for individuals that already have either retired or have vested elsewhere and they want to come join. And then we have been sending them per the design, original design, to the courts to populate that.
So they're generally already trained. They don't have to go through all of that process, correct?
Correct.
So you were talking about an adjustment on the ORCA funds earlier to be reutilized or extend the life of ORCA. So that money that we have not spent for the last year in the area of each personnel item on this sheet, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, this is a lot to take. I mean, we've got, I don't even know what's in this one over here we hadn't even gotten to. I always think I know what's going on, but today I'm really, you know, I've got a lot of information that I've taken in, and, you know, I'm not really sure if I could even explain to somebody right now this $6 million, where it's coming from, that if we approved it. So can somebody like speak really direct kindergarten-type language so that we all understand exactly where that money's coming from?
Commissioner Hausman, if the board, of the $6 million ask, the Finance Department has already included 3.3 of it in our year-end projections, and we plan to sound that in October. It will come from the resources that we had set aside in non-agency to cover the cost of COLAs, and we only plan to move the portion that's actually needed by every agency to cover the cost of COLA. So we've been using salary savings all through the year to offset the cost of COLA. So we'll be transferring that to the Sheriff's Department. The balance, the 2.8 for the transition in paying overtime directly versus accruing the comp time first, we have not identified a source of funds for that. If the board acts on it, then we will need to either pull from underruns elsewhere in the budget to cover that difference, or realign the Project ORCA budget to cover that difference. And then next year, we will need to plan for roughly an additional $6.6 million in overtime expenses in the sheriff's budget to offset the policy change.
All right, so the $3 million's been identified. The $2 million is to cover overtime, basically, that we have not identified exactly where the money would come from.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're authorizing overtime for those that have already completed their 480-hour requirement, or this is rolling that back?
This would eliminate that 480 requirement and allow for overtime to be paid when earned going forward.
From this point forward, or is it retroactive in any way?
From this point forward, I think is what the number is based on. It was a 6 months. It was a 6-month calculation.
If I'm not mistaken, and Mr. Herman can articulate better, is that he took into consideration both, right? Those that have amassed the 480 and are making overtime in conjunction with the people that have to get to the 480. So is that accurate?
No, I think that the new number is those individuals who are now be eligible for the 480 on top of what you already have. Correct.
Is it retroactive or not?
No, we did not project retroactivity because it's a moving forward number, Commissioner.
So these folks that have accumulated 480, what happens to those hours?
Great question. So those hours do not go away. What happens, we call it our deferred comp. So that time sits on the books until that individual separates, and that is incorporated into their bust-out check. So they get a bust-out check for accrued vacation time and any unused comp time that may be on the books.
When they leave, they
When
get a
they
bust-out check.
Correct.
So you're setting up another inequitable situation here. Okay, so I think we ought to learn to avoid those kind of situations. We've seen way too many of them.
Okay.
All right, I don't know what that number is, and I don't know where that money's coming from either.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if we're going to fix something, we need to fix it, not create more problems.
Commissioner, we do have an amount for that. It's about $5 million for the sheriff alone. So.
Again, I mean, I want to help you. I don't know what we're doing right now. I really feel like this needs to take a pause and come back in 2 weeks and have a clear idea of what we're doing so we're not creating more problems.
Commissioner Hausman, if it's the board's desire, we could come back with the full picture for you to see what the county's compensatory time obligations are countywide. They are not minor, they're quite substantial. We could, to Mr. Herman's point, we can share with you what the effect would be if we made this as a policy change across the board versus just for the Sheriff's Department on overtime costs for every agency, so the board gets the full picture of what the cost is.
You know, and I appreciate that, and in Fulton County, we do try to treat everybody, the same. There's a difference in public safety, I'm sorry, in other types of overtime requirements. There's a huge, huge difference. I mean, we've got to keep our streets safe. I appreciate everything y'all do to help do that. It's a different category, and to me, this is a little more urgent.
Right, well, the Sheriff's Department would not be the only law enforcement agency that would have probably the same overtime, paid overtime concerns.
Again, I don't want to drag it out incessantly. I think, 2 weeks to actually have an idea of exactly what we're doing here would be my preference, because I do want to get it right and I want to get it fair.
Totally agree. No,
Now-
just a minute.
I'm happy to make a motion to hold for
just
2
a minute,
weeks.
Just a minute. There's a motion on the floor. Let's hear from Commissioner Abdul Rahman. who has a-
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief as possible. I would be remiss if I didn't say this is why I took the position that I took with the millage rate, because we are going to have to make some tough decisions. Sheriff, you and I don't always agree, but you and I are intelligent enough to listen to each other's position. And it is in that intelligent respect for you and the fact that I came into this office in January, taking the tour. None of this was a surprise to me. What you have been doing, and here again, I'll probably get in trouble for this statement, but oh well, you inherited a mess, okay? You inherited a mess. You did not have the opportunity to transition, and you hit the ground running. And so how do we fix a problem that you did not create? The 480, what was the purpose of it? Maybe the purpose of it no longer is of a benefit to your department. The people that I see here, that I speak to, that I have conversations with, they're here because they love what they're doing. They're not here because they're compensated the way they should be. They're not here because of anything, for the most part, other than the love of the job. And so what I would say to my colleagues and those that have an opportunity, if we can do away with the 480 for your department, we need to do away with it. Because in my personal opinion, it's a jobs killer. When people are being recruited on a daily basis, and you got some of the best employees working in somewhat very rough conditions. And so at the end of the day, if you need the money, you need the money. And so we need to do what we need to do to make sure these individuals are compensated. But more importantly, what I do want to say is, I see you out in the streets. I see what you're doing. I see the community impact that you're having. So it may be those that are saying that maybe you're doing more than your constitutional duty. You know, maybe it's those that are saying maybe you should do less. But what I'm saying to you is, you are the chief law enforcement of Fulton County. You are the sheriff's department. And so we should do everything in our power to make sure you have what you need. I don't want to sugarcoat this at all. So
Please,
I won't
just a
belabor the
minute,
point.
just a
I'm
minute.
sorry,
Please,
Chairman.
ladies and gentlemen.
I won't belabor the point other than whatever we need to do so people will come and the ones that are here will stay. We need to do it as a body, because I assume at some point years ago the 480 was needed. It was put in place for a reason. But maybe it should no longer be in place when it comes to your department. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see.
I have a quick question.
You have a question. I have interrupted Commissioner Houseman to hear from Commissioner Abdul Rahman, who had not spoken yet. Go ahead, your quick question, and you can make your motion.
On the 480, I think I heard Mr. Herman say, and I want to double check this, that we don't need to eliminate that change, that the sheriff has that power to make that change now? Is that what I understood you to say?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. That was my only question, Mr.
All right, Commissioner Houseman, back to you.
Well, I don't see a second to the motion that's in the queue, but I'd offer a motion to hold for 2 weeks only, with a plan to come back to clearly articulate the current situation and where we're going and where the funds are coming from.
No, this is a substitute. The motion on the floor was made to approve the entire, what is it, 6.62.
Minus to hold for 2 weeks.
Yeah, and that was the original motion. Commissioner Houseman is offering a substitute motion to hold for 2 weeks, which I seconded. Now, let me speak to this. I personally believe it's premature to approve any funding at all today. We've heard a lot. Some of us are saying all of this is new. Well, my position is it shouldn't be new. All of us have been here for a while. We've all toured the jail, Registry, Union City, even that one up in North County that we're so enamored with. But the question is going to become, no matter what you do today, is going to impact the 2023 budget. Now, Commissioner Houseman won't be here. The rest of us are going to be here. So just be mindful of the 2023 budget. You're saying you're not going to raise the millage rate. Well, let me tell you something. In 2023, you're not going to have a choice. Unless you're going to have what it takes to make the cuts this year and next year. On the question of using the ARPA money, y'all have pet projects already down that list of ARPA money. She's told you she's going to have to cut that 3 point whatever it is going to have to come from the ARPA funds that have already been allocated. Now, it makes sense to me to know which ones that she's going to cut out. Now, that's where the rubber is going to meet the road. The Alpharetta jail is going to be ready soon, October, if not before. Well, where are the 30 men and women coming from to work there? It's got 100+ vacancies at Rice Street. We got to think this stuff through. All this sounds good. It's all very emotional. The dog was barking and all of that, and I agree with all that. I love our sheriff. Sheriff and I have an adult beverage together from time to time, which is okay. That's all right. It's all right. But I'm just serious about this. We need to be mindful of where this money is coming from, what's going to have to be cut. And to me, it's reasonable and fair to take 2 weeks to go through all of this stuff. This is good information, but it should not have been a surprise for us. Those ladies that came here earlier speaking about their departments, they have a right also. They have concerns. Now, this would just open the floodgates if we do this because the sheriff made an Academy Award presentation. You reminded of Paul Howard here today. But anyway, I just hope that we will not approve any of this today. Take the time to go through these documents and get with Fides. We haven't heard what the manager has to say, nor what Mr. Adams has to say, but I think that we need to talk to them because it is going to have some budgetary impacts, not only this year, but next year, more important than this year. This overtime question needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed in favor of the men and women who work here in public safety. No doubt about that. But let's not rush today. Let's vote on the substitute motion too. You still want to be heard, Mr. Commissioner?
I would like to be heard.
All right.
I don't know if I can offer a substitute to the substitute, but can I do that? Can I offer a further substitute motion? But I'll say what I say. I'm not really in support of I can't. I got to dispose of this first. Well, if I'd been in there first, I'll tell you what I would have offered up. I do think the 3.4, I think, needs to be addressed, and I think we need to approve that today. I think that's sort of been clear. Y'all had planned for it. I don't understand why there's not perfunctorily a reason to go ahead and address that. I recognize all the components of, actions you take and all that sort of stuff and repercussions it has on in the future, et cetera. I also recognize that, we have allocated certain things to ARPA, but the plan is that, the structure around ARPA hasn't really functioned. It has for some offices, it's worked correctly, right? They've been able to go hire people. We set aside funding related to the sheriff's office, and it's not really worked that way as it intended. We have a crisis, right? Whether you want to call it Academy Award-winning performance or whatever you want to call it, the reality of it is we all know that. We've got a crisis. We got way too many people in too tight of confines, and we're putting people in harm in terms of the working conditions they're in. We need to, I don't think we need to wait sort of 2 weeks on that piece of it, right? So I'm in favor of approving the 3.4 right now, and my substitute motion would have been to direct our staff to present a plan to us at the next meeting which would allow for suspension of this current overtime policy, period. For current overtime policy for the remainder of this year, and then have it at sunset January 2023, so we can kind of learn from that, take in more information about what's possibly the right policy to have or not have, and its implications on the future, general fund budget, and for that and have it be an amount up to $2.8 million, and for it to come from a rebalancing of the ARPA money. Yes, people have things that they want to utilize it for, but I can't think of any more important reason right now before us to address. It is in our courts, but it's certainly with the sheriff's office, particularly when it comes to to running the jail. I do think those funds. That's part of why. That's a significant reason for why they're there, to deal with the impact of it. So I don't see why we would not want to direct you all to do that and come back with a plan for us to reposition up to $2.8 million, suspension of that policy, have it run through the end of January, and then in that time frame, begin to understand kind of what a full stop change to that policy would look like versus a suspension of that policy while we're dealing with a near-term crisis. That would have been my substitute motion, but I'll stop.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis, because Sharon, didn't you say that the $3.4 million is already available? You had allocated it for soundings?
We included it in our mid-year
Right.
expense projections and
Right.
had planned to bring it back in October for
For
budget
October.
soundings.
All
Yes.
right, so I don't see any reason why we wouldn't approve money that's actually there. And I agree with Commissioner Ellis that then you can come back in 2 weeks with a plan for the additional money. Because why would we hold up something that we already have planned? And then I want to just, this whole thing about budgets and millage rates, our residents are not stupid. We have had residents emailing us about our decision to lower the millage rate, and I want to read something that one of the residents sent. It says, "To the Honorable Commissioners and Chair Rob Pitts, we know that you did not take lightly your decision to roll back the millage rate of 2022. We recognize that this will call for sacrifices on the part of some services, but that you, along with fellow Commissioners Hall, Hausman, and Morris, determined that during this economic crisis facing your homeowners, you would not panic as your fellow Commissioners seems to be doing. Rather, you took the hard stand to help us, and will utilize your expertise to determine that priority services would not suffer as you balance the budget through various resources. We do find it astounding that 2 commissioners found it acceptable to ignore the plight of many of the Fulton County homeowners. Your support was characterized as a drastic move, a shame. What is a shame is that a commissioner would use words to criticize fellow commissioners to bring about divisiveness. Thank you for rising above the fray, however, and being true leaders that we were proud to support and will continue to do so, we, the people of Fulton County." And this is the hard decisions that we all have to make here on the board. But today we need to make the hard decision to approve this $3.4 million for the sheriff that our CFO has already told us they have already planned for this. Now, I want to go back because I have 2 questions, because Commissioner Hausman raised the issue about the training dollars being lost when people leave, and that is a problem, because if we're trying to manage this money, we need to manage that process. And I wanted to ask, is there any type of hiring contract that could be done? Because when I cut my teeth coming out of college, I had to sign an actual hiring contract to work for EDS because they were spending over $1 million on each employee for training. And we had to sign this contract saying we would stay at least for 2 years, and if we did not, we had to pay back the money that was already spent on our training. Is there any way for us to do something like that so that we can encourage people to not leave? And then I want to add to that I did talk to DeKalb County Sheriff Melody Maddox, and she said that any law enforcement officer coming to her from another agency trying to get hired, she is turning them away. She said that that is her commitment to ensuring that her colleagues across in other counties are retaining their employees, and I think that is commendable. So is there a way to address that situation with spending the money on training and then them leaving to go somewhere else for more money?
So, Commissioner, we are doing that, and it is also codified in state law when it comes to public safety. The question arises is what they have banked enough to repay us. And so we, again, go after those dollars, and it's just a longer, a more arduous process. And then it does happen, so we end up having to write checks to other jurisdictions if we take someone, and then they do as well. So we'll go after and send them a bill. So you take 3 or 4 deputies, or if they go to Atlanta Police Department, wherever it is, we will send them a bill for $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. So we are doing that, and there is a contract in place. Part of it, though, and Mr. Herman and I have had this conversation, are people staying long enough for us to be able to recoup that when they leave? Because they haven't amassed the 480, and so there is no bust-out check that we can get it from. And that also applies to any bonuses we pay.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I also want to thank you because your office did say that you're going to be part of the 2022 Trading Up Career Fair that Atlanta City Council member Boone and Rashad Ritchie and I and the People's Uprising are doing on September 22nd. And that is our way of trying to help you and the district attorney and the solicitor general with all of your hiring needs. So thank you for your participation in that.
Commissioner Arrington.
I'm fine with approving the 3.4. I've also heard 3.3, Madam CFO, so it's probably somewhere in between there. But for me, I guess I'm gonna have to bring back a resolution because again, a lot of this is timing. I wish you had had this Oscar-winning performance before we voted on the millage rate. Academy Award winning. Before we voted on the millage rate. I'm gonna have to bring a resolution that we don't vote on the millage rate until we have a budget for the next year. Because it doesn't make any sense to make a vote and then come back and find out you need more money. It doesn't make sense. And I've said this before, and I guess I just need to try to actually take some action or see if you all will support the idea that we need to have an idea. The budget committee needs to prepare next year's budget and present it to us before we vote on a millage rate. I mean, the other thing I'll say is, Madam CFO, the 1994 price is not today's price. Yesterday's price is not today's price. And, I will state, I have voted against every millage rate rollback. I just, be plain, you can go check the record. I've voted against it every time because I believe I have heard from our departments that they are always under budget and that they only get the amount of money that they had last year and that they never have been properly funded to actually provide the services that they want to provide. And so I have voted against the rollback every time. And I voted against it this time because I don't believe that we are properly budgeting for our departments. So, yesterday's price is not today's price. And I realize we got some difficult decisions because now we're looking at an $80 million shortfall in next year's budget, right? It's at least 80 million. I hope it's not 130 million shortfall. But, we got to make some tough decisions based on that. Let me ask about the ARPA funds now, because the ARPA money's been allocated. Now, how much of that money that's been allocated, Madam CFO, has actually been spent? Because we can reallocate.
Commissioner Arrington, in today's report, we're showing 87.4 million in actual expenses out of the 227.5 that we were awarded.
So about a third, about 33%.
Yeah, definitely less than half.
Okay, so there's plenty of money. There's about $160 million left to spend, right?
Yes.
That has not been spent.
Allocated but not spent, yes, sir.
Allocated but not spent. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Houseman.
Yes, I appreciate the conversation. I agree that the 3.3 or 4 or whatever the actual number is, Ms. Whitmore, that you've already identified could be released now. So I appreciate that suggestion. So I'm happy to modify my motion to, should it be accepted by the seconder, to go ahead and release that part of the funds and come back in 2 weeks with a plan for the 480 plan elimination and the rest of the funding throughout the year.
No, I do not accept that as a seconder. So let's dispose of the motions on the floor.
Okay.
Anything else you want to add? All right, the motion on the floor is to hold for 2 weeks. Let's vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion to hold fails, 1 yea, 5 nays.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve the 6 point, what is it, 6 point whatever, to approve 0686, a motion to approve by, no, motion on the floor is to approve the 6.265, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington.
So if may I make a friendly amendment? So that motion will be for the 3.4 that finance has already approved, or 3.3, I don't know the exact number, Madam CFO.
$3,415,303.
Yes, and I accept that. Thank you.
All right, the motion then has been amended to reflect the new amount. Instead of the 6.2, be 3 point, whatever that number is. Let's vote. Commissioner Ellis, you want to be heard? All right.
Well, I was just going to suggest it be further amended to direct staff to come back with a plan for us in 2 weeks to address the potential suspension of current overtime policy and funding through January 23 to support suspension of that policy.
And other countywide implications.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Yeah. You've heard the friendly amendment to it.
Yes, it was.
All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open to approve as amended. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, next item would be on page, Sheriff, we need you for this as well, on page, where is it? Page 12. Yes, page 12, item number 22-0694. This is the Justice Policy Board. So we approved entering into an agreement with the City of Atlanta, and based upon the feedback that I am getting, this thing's gotten out of hand, where the City of Atlanta is now basically overseeing passing judgment on what we do here at the board as being in charge of public safety in Fulton County. And the comments that I have received from starting with the manager, and I want to hear from the manager, starting with Mr. Adams, I want to hear from Mr. Adams. And the Sheriff, you mentioned this earlier, and I would highly recommend that, you have a problem now, and we're screwing around with this, and there's beds over there that I'd say to hell with that. If you need those spaces over there, to go and take them over there and let them tell you can't get in there. You know that jail better than anybody else over there. So that's what I'd like to talk about today. Mr. Manager, you want to begin?
Yes, sir. I think the concern is that the Justice Policy Board started out with a fairly narrow focus, which was around the creation of a diversion center and then ultimately selecting a provider and bringing that online. It's burdened kind of naturally, and I've told Judge McBurney this, by the difficulties that I'm sure are there trying to get two governments to work together. But that notwithstanding, as it now, vis-a-vis this legislation that was passed that required a jail population review, and it to come from the Justice Policy Board, it's really in the classic sense, I think, expanding its scope. And in doing so, it will, I think, lead us down a path where, as proposed right now, there's a group of almost 20, I think, people assigned to a committee to do this review. much of which I think the sheriff, from talking to him and obviously from talking to Alton and Shea Alexander, we do as normal course. And I'll defer to Alton to talk more about that, but I'm not sure how recreating the wheel, if you will, with a group of 20, many of which don't have any day-to-day responsibility for this, nor oversight, to your point, is going to be productive. It will lead invariably to a back and forth between the staff that does do it on a day-to-day basis and now this committee that's being formed. More importantly, I think it's not in the spirit of a sense of urgency that everyone's been talking about this morning, consistent with the sheriff's presentation, that does exist due to the situation at the jail. So at some level, either that group needs to recalibrate in some way, and one way to do that, obviously, is to take the work, I think, not speaking for the sheriff, but from talking with him before, take the work that he's already done, that again is supported by Shea's work and Alton's work, and let that stand to meet both the spirit and the requirements, I think, are using your words, Sheriff, of the legislation that was passed, so we can move forward with the transfer of folks into the Atlanta Detention Center. There's nothing wrong with, I suppose, further review and general insights that could be perhaps produced. I'm not sure how valuable they would be, so I won't opine on that, but I don't think they ought to be on the critical path of moving folks in a crisis situation into a facility that we know is available, both governments have agreed to make use of, to then, again, a month down the path, just now putting a group together to review this. And by the way, the chair of the group, as I understand it, I think is a statistician from the state of Georgia, which is kind of an interesting choice in and of itself. So, again, my recommendation is for this body to look at perhaps the charter of the Justice Policy Board and focusing it more narrowly on the critical task of the diversion center and less on this expanded view that seems to be developing. And Alton could certainly add more to what I just said.
Mr. Adams, I want to hear from the sheriff.
Yeah, just to just clarify, to expand a bit on the county manager's points. I think there's three issues that we have. One with the board is, as the county manager indicated, a bit of mission creep. If you read the agenda as it was passed by the city council and by the board of commissioners, this group was specifically focused on managing and making sure that the diversion center that's being funded by us and the city was to be implemented. There was no mention of deciding who should be let out of jail. There was no mention of re-engineering the Fulton County justice system. There was no mention of basically changing the way individuals are dealt with here at Fulton County. So the mission was very well defined. That seems to have changed, and it hasn't been changed by the city of Atlanta, because the city of Atlanta has 5 individuals who have a voting right in this particular board, just like Fulton County does. The county manager, our solicitor, our public defender, Commissioner Abdul Rahman are in fact our voting members. What we do have, in fact, is a bit of structural issue in that we have an additional 10 ex officio members who appear to be driving the agenda and in fact have votes. So there's a little bit of how do I call it, structural challenges with the way the board has in fact been constructed and the mission at hand. And I guess the third thing is that there is a lack of urgency. It's been more than a month since you approved the ability to move forward and to get people off of the floor. And in that month, we have yet to have, we just had a group, 20 people who have been assigned to this project. And as the county manager said, 3 of them know data and the other 17 are luminaries. And so to be able to just get those individuals in a meeting, decide on the scope, get the data analyzed, and then get it done could take us another couple of months, and that's, I don't think, what was envisioned when this actual bill was passed. And so there are some challenges. I happen to think personally that, that we could actually be much more collaborative in the process. It's actually been structured as a division between those who want to do a very detailed study and those who want to get people off the floor as quickly as possible. That should not be the case, right? These things are complementary. We should be trying to get people off the floor and get our deputies and get our healthcare people safe while we do all this other stuff, right, that we all agree is required. And it shouldn't be positioned as an either or, it should be positioned as a stepping stone, with the first step being, let's get our people safe as quickly as possible.
Sheriff.
Thank you again, and first let me say I completely agree with our county manager and Mr. Adams. We have been at this for quite some time since the legislation was passed, trying to dissect it, understand it. And so much short of dropping detainees at 254 Peachtree Street, what you have before you, which has always been in question, is the data. And so you have 3,500 plus points of data that show the dangers and where we are in the peril and the crisis that we're in. And so to that extent, what many of you have heard, certainly at public comment and others doing Atlanta public, at the Atlanta City, I was going to say the detention center, Atlanta City Council's public comment is that we are holding 500-600 misdemeanors that can be let out. Well, it's absolutely not the case. First, I want to give Shay Alexander, her team, as well as Lauren Lackett from our team, and I believe it's Matt Sangren from your team, credit for delving in and dissecting this information. So also what you have in your package is 261 misdemeanors. That's it. Of that, 87 of them have additional felony charges. So you have both. You have the misdemeanors as well as the total package that shows all the additional charges and the felons. We have systematically a problem, and I'm working with Lateef on this piece, with our Odyssey system and the way we book people in. So we will book people in, and the system will accept the misdemeanor, and then it will accept the felons, but when you pull the report, it'll show you, this is a misdemeanor. This person's charged with a misdemeanor. So we're also working with Solicitor Gamage and Madam DA, because there's another data point that allows these misdemeanors, right? What ends up happening, a person gets arrested, they go to jail court, the solicitor's office finds this guy's been arrested 5 times before. So now he's a habitual violator, so it's no longer a misdemeanor. He is actually a felon, and now that case has to be transferred, hence taking time. In your package, you will also see there are a total of 21 individuals, misdemeanors, that are set to be released, meaning the judges have given them time and that they are set to be released. This is a point-in-time study from that perspective. And then the judges have deemed 19 of those misdemeanors to be incompetent or have to have an evaluation. So again, thanks to Alden Adams, his team, and again, the data has been in question. It is here. You have it. You also have a memo from me to the Justice Policy Board that says, let's move forward, right? We don't need to die by 1,000 cuts. We need to move forward. So the data, you have it. Judge McBurney, as co-chair, as well as Councilman Dustin Hillis, will also get a copy. So I am where many of you are, and that is, it is a crisis. We need to move forward. This documentation meets the spirit of the legislation. And I would, my next step, right, I don't have to report to anybody except our citizens, is I'm going to talk to the mayor, right? It is equally as important that he say, okay, here's the data. We know this piece, and this is a spirit of the legislation. And so I would encourage, I don't know what next steps are. From that perspective, I can tell you what next steps are as far as from my perspective. And it's not a bad idea to go drop these people over there, but I do need to at least get the keys so we can see, so we can take care of them. So I like it. So there you go.
Okay, Commissioner, here's the line. Commissioner Abdul Rahman, Commissioner Ellis, and Vice Chair Houseman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure exactly how this went the direction it went, because as a voting board member, of that group. I thought, based on the information that was given to me, a comprehensive approach of data and subject matter experts with what we were dealing with. It is not a get the people off the floor or with me. I don't understand why we can't review and get them off the floor, for one, because that's my position. We already see the data of doing things incorrectly. So if it takes us just a little bit more time to get it right, that's what I want to do. Secondly, if y'all gonna have meetings, maybe y'all should have some meetings with Commissioner Khadija, because I go based on the information I'm given. See, the thing is, you want to meet about it, have a discussion about it, exclude me from it, but then you want my vote. That ain't gonna happen. Please understand, I will not be disrespected as a sitting elected official or a voting board member. Can my position be changed? Yes, but it takes a conversation. So let's stop making stuff political. Let's stop holding political grudges. Let's do what we need to do. Do I agree that 20 people need to be on there? No. But I do agree that we need a comprehensive approach. We need to do what we need to do. If we need some extra meetings the next 2 or 3 days, I have no problem with it. But let's do it the right way, and let's stop excluding people who have a voice and have a vote. Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I just want to bring it back to the issue at hand. How many inmates do we have detained right now? 3,600 in total at all our facilities.
Correct.
And that's up 1,400 from about 2 years ago.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we have a humanitarian crisis. We have a facility. It's owned by one of our cities here in Fulton County that could help us address it. It's been there. And for the life of all of us, we can't figure out how we can grant some temporary access to it. We felt like what we had was an agreement coming out of the city council that we all signed on to. And what we're hearing basically suggested, and I've seen some of their emails, that this report that was to be given back will be delayed at least until November. I'm just disgusted by where we are with this thing. I support the concept of diversion. I mean, y'all know that. That's not anything new to any of y'all. I think most of us on this board support the concept of diversion. That's got nothing to do with this particular issue that we got at hand. We got too many people. We got a crisis. And I would like to send some direction from this board, certainly the sheriff, to supply that data report to the mayor, the council president, all those council members, and to us. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to direct you to write a letter on behalf of all of us on this board to the council president and the mayor, saying that given that the data report that has been supplied by the sheriff, or will be supplied by the sheriff, that we've met the spirit of the IGA, and that we need to execute on this IGA immediately. And this work from this other group in terms of the review, that can continue on a separate track. But we've got to have access now. I mean, we're all breaching our fiduciary duties. Certainly if we don't do it, and I think you can share with them, if they don't allow us to access it. I mean, it's just not right. And that's just where I stand on it.
Consider that done, Commissioner Ellis. Vice Chair Houseman?
Commissioner Ellis took the words right out of my mouth. How many folks are sleeping on the floor right now?
2 seconds. Should be 428 as of
128?
428.
428?
Let me double check.
And in the last month, how many weapons have y'all found over there, new weapons that are putting our staff and our inmates at risk?
So both answers to that is, so the 500 in terms of people sleeping on the floor, in terms of the point in time when we did the information you have with you, and with respect to the weapons, we find hundreds a day.
Hundreds a day.
All right.
So while they're taking their time to decide whether or not we should come to a final agreement, we're putting our staff and our folks in that facility at severe risk, are we not?
Repeatedly. And what I will tell you is one person getting harmed is too much, it's right, too many. And as I've presented before in other sessions, we have multiple stabbings, sometimes daily. And our goal is to eliminate that. We do shakedowns daily, and we have to create a safer environment. And we have to get people off the floor so that we can fix and repair doors where people coming in and out of and assaulting other people. And again, someone pointed out a few moments ago, it's not something that's mutually exclusive. We can do both at the same time. And we just, the sense of urgency just is not there.
So, Mr. Chairman, I encourage you also to write this letter and emphasize the fact that every day lives are at risk because of the inability to come to an agreement. It's really, the logic escapes me of how there's even any concept of the delay being a benefit to our community. It just defies logic. So, and you can let them know that has the support of at least this commissioner, and I would assume every commissioner up here, that we've got to address this situation immediately.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to address what was said earlier by Commissioner Khadija Abdul Rahman about somebody having meetings and excluding any of the commissioners from the meetings, because I'm trying to understand what has been going on. I'm not clear.
Well, I'm probably not the right person to answer because I wasn't invited to any of the meetings, right?
And whose meetings are they?
Period. That is the board. That is the board then has to create a committee, and there have been emails flying around. So I'm not on the committee, which I find odd, but again, I got enough committees to be on. And so to Commissioner Khadija's point, right, there are some emails that have been flying around. I don't know who's been meeting. That's probably a Judge McBurney conversation, but it is a death by 1,000 cuts. And they're not mutually exclusive. You're absolutely right, Commissioner. We can be doing both. And it's not to say that if we get people off the floor in an inhumane fashion that they are now, that we cannot release them if new information is gleaned. So I'm going to get off that soapbox, but I hadn't been invited to the meetings either, so let's. Yeah.
Okay, well, I agree with the chair. Go take them there because we need to relieve that situation. And every time an employee of the sheriff's department gets harmed because of the overcrowding, is just another day that we need to be moving forward with what we have in place. So do what you need to do.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Arrington.
I'm in support of the letter, but I don't think it's enough. They've adopted legislation. So we've got to go lobby them. And in fact, I think we need to do more than that. I think we need to invite them to our next executive session so that we can have a real discussion about what is going on. Sending a letter is not going to get us the outcome that we need. They're going to have to take another vote, and they're going to have to amend that. See, what this is, there is the people that got that language in there for this committee didn't want this to pass at all. They didn't want this deal to go through. And so this was their way of They saw it was going to get passed, and they said, okay, well, let's add this. Well, they added that, and they know it's going to take time. Now, the other thing, Sheriff Labat, is that the argument that they made to me on social media was, well, he's not going to move them right away anyway. So you're going to have to be ready because there's a 3 or 5 month thing because I think the plan was to move people over a certain amount at a time. So, just be ready for the argument that, oh, he's not moving 500 people over tomorrow anyway, even if it goes through. They're still only going to move 50 or 100 at a time, whatever your plan is for moving them. You are the constitutional officer in charge of housing them and taking care of their safety. So I'm going to rely on you to do your job, and I'm not necessarily interfering with that, but what I am saying is a letter is not going to be enough to get us the action that we need.
All right, here, in addition to the letter, what I plan to do then, after hearing all of this, I will call and get a meeting ASAP. I don't think we can wait 2 weeks personally, with the mayor and with the council president and express, and I'm hoping it's the sentiment of the entire board that we need to address this issue ASAP. We can do that, Sheriff.
Amen. I'm available.
We can stop somewhere on the way.
There you go.
Afterwards.
I'm with you. Let's do it. Let's do it.
All right, any objections? All right.
And take the dogs and the whole show.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
All right, it is 1:42, colleagues. I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session, issues of real estate, personnel, and litigation. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
All right, without objection,
Recording
we
in
will
progress.
resume the regular order of business. Madam County Attorney, anything from executive session?
Yes, Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the request for settlement authority set forth in item 2 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open.
No further action items, Chairman.
What was it?
We need a,
Where's Ellis? Hold it. Wait. Would you get Commissioner Ellis, please? Houseman? We're in the middle of a vote here. It hasn't been called yet. All right, any other discussion? All right, cast your vote, please.
and the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
Back on page 9, County Manager's items under Open and Responsible Government, 22-0676, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
Mr. Manager.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I think we've got a pretty efficient report today, all with good news. The trends are positive. Cases down to just over 100. Positivity rate now at 8%. Hospitalizations below 200. And death rate at 1.3. All those represent improvements of 35 to 40% from the last report. The wastewater surveillance still indicates estimates closer to 700 today, and we do have an end-of-year forecast based on national models that would predict another surge in November and December. Boost Up Fulton, you'll see, is our call to action. We're going to use senior centers, development disability centers, as outreach, and then a major push at Greenbrier Mall that we've discussed the operational aspects of doing later in October, and the use of $100 incentives for that particular event. We continue to offer monkeypox vaccines. We've done over 50% of the number of those in the state, 9,000 thus far, and the cases seem to be leveling off. The employee cases were very modest. This reporting period, only 6. For COVID and 0 for monkeypox. ERAP continues in that we're settling applications that have already been submitted. The portal's closed. Dr. Rochelle is still working with the state and the U.S. Treasury on the transfer of the already announced $17 million from Cobb County. The ORCA backlog, as you can see in this report, removed another 8,000 cases, and now all of the units are ahead of plan or on plan. We've already talked about the jail population review, so I won't make any further comments on that. On the COVID financials, we've allocated the dollars that you have passed visa resolution of $1.5 million, the $1 million to Tiny Homes Initiative, and the $500,000 to Wellspring by reducing the testing and vaccination budget, consistent with what we see in demand. While this has already been reported, I think it's worth some recognition here, particularly inside this report, of the state support of Grady Health System. The press conference that we went to and the announcement made by the governor of $130 million capital infusion not only was much needed, substantially helps close the gap created by the closure of AMC, with close to 200 additional beds being brought online. In the interim, the state is also putting a temporary medical unit in place. Grady also has the ability to bring up some additional beds, so there's 40 to 60, I think, in the very near term. Also promising was the state working with CMS on incremental reimbursements for Grady using commercial rates as opposed to Medicaid rates. It does come with some expectations in terms of health outcomes, but could generate well over $100 million annually for Grady. And we're finalizing, as of today, and sending to Grady the agreement that will be necessary for us to forward to them the $11 million that you agreed to advance from our ARPA funds. So lastly, what I would say, and I think it's probably already been said earlier in this meeting, we'll be coming back in the next meeting with some proactive and practical recommendations on how to manage to the 2023 budget gap of $100 million that we've identified, just north of $100 million, as well as seek guidance on how to best prepare those budget recommendations. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, if there are any questions, or Matt, you may have a few highlights as well for the board, we're ready for your questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Manager. Just two things I want to highlight in your packet, folks. Slide 12 will have our ongoing predictions that we've been working on with model data for the gunning up through October and November and December time period. So just wanted to show you guys we are on a downward slope right now, but we are actually anticipating once again to see that winter surge. We cannot stress enough the importance of taking advantage of the vaccine booster. We are offering here in the Government Center every Wednesday, as well as our other facilities. We're doing one last major push in the month of October with incentives and also offering that throughout all the different county properties that we have. So please take advantage of that while we still have our mobile teams available to be able to offer that to our employees as well as our citizens. We still have those locations available for vaccines at the Board of Health facilities. The other thing I just want to draw your attention to, like the manager said, with monkeypox, continued great success. Dr. Paxton, Dr. Holland recently got acknowledged at the White House for some of the great work that our health district has done with monkeypox and our joint effort with that. And you'll see on slide 15 that we have a distribution of the actual race as well as first dose recipients of monkeypox, just to let you guys have awareness as to what activities has occurred thus far and the vaccine effort that has been done in that particular category. With that being said, I know the afternoon is going to go ahead and be quite long. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman, to see if there's any questions or concerns.
Mr. Chair, this is less of a question around this specific report, but more really a question of sort of ongoing protocol, you know, and talk about whether we've hit an inflection point, whether or not we've been doing these COVID-19 reports for some time now. And I wonder if might it be time to pivot and take somewhat of a different approach as to the way that we have been reporting. And have this be more of a focused update on the operational aspects, things like ERAP, ORCA, and the like, and that the health portion flex to some sort of different cadence of reporting. It's not exclusive to COVID necessarily or monkeypox, but is more of a public health update that might also speak to some other issues that, you know, in my mind that are probably hitting our communities just as deep, things like fentanyl and fentanyl deaths and overdose deaths and those sorts of things. So it just sort of strikes me that, you know, if we're not at that pivot point now, that we potentially should be looking at doing this a little bit differently going forward. And then also, you know, a question maybe for later consumption too is, you know, I don't know whether we are continuing to currently still employ other firms to assist us in this effort, and is it makes sense to continue that going forward into the next year. So that's just more statement for me in terms of just the report as opposed to questions in general.
Okay, thank you, sir. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You would think that Commissioner Ellis and I coordinated because I've been thinking the same thing. You know, we added monkeypox, for example, which really is not a COVID issue, but it's in our COVID report. So I do think that what we've learned from COVID is how important health information is to the public, and how important it is that we highlight or talk about various precautions folks may need to take, or things that trends we see happening, and those kind of things. So I think that's some good value to continuing on that. But I agree, I mean, you know, this may sound flip, but I heard the president say this week that COVID was over. Now, I know he's not over public health, but the perception is to a lot of folks, no matter what political stripe you have, that COVID is waning. And we'll know more by the winter, like you said. Good news, as we've talked about many times, is we now have treatments that are very effective. And people have learned to manage the symptoms that they get now that aren't as severe. So we are in a transition period, if nothing else. But because people are so focused on health, just this week, our health department put out something about fentanyl testing. And I can't tell you how many inquiries I got because of that. And, you know, to not be informed of that before it went out puts us at a disadvantage. And I don't know if Dr. Paxton is available. My office reached out to get some more detail and find out, you know, what these kits are, who has access, do our first responders have access to those kits? Do our first responders have Narcan anymore? I mean, just all of those things that we're hearing about because of this fentanyl problem that we have flooding through our southern border. And so I really do think that that particular issue is gaining a lot of interest and concern from the public. We're losing kids left and right, as we all know. It's tragic. It's just tragic. And we're not educated enough. And we have positions where people think we should know. So I would like to see us transition to more of a topical, and I won't be here. I keep trying, you know, this is not about me. It's about who sits in this chair that's going to get those questions. So I would like to see us pivot to that, and whether it's at the public meeting or a different forum where we're informed of things. I just think that we've all discovered just how, if you don't have good health, you really don't have good quality of life. So thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Ellis.
Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Are we going to talk about ORCA or anything, or?
I just asked anything else.
Well, I thought we were talking about
Orca?
his report.
Mr. Adams or Mr. Manager? Orca?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, happy to provide an update and obviously answer any questions.
Mr. Alton Adams?
Can you turn to page 27, please, or 28? As of last week, we had gotten to 65,000 cases pending, open and active, down from 149,000 when we started. If you look at page 29, there was a combination of progress across the board. But I do want to call out that there was a one-time adjustment to the DA's numbers, and the reason for that is that let me step back. The reason for that is the way they count juvenile cases versus the way they're counted in juvenile court. So, for example, if a case is dismissed in juvenile court, they use a system called JCATS. It's required by the state. It's a very different system, does not communicate with Odyssey. As it turns out, there were more than 2,000 cases that had been dismissed in juvenile court that were still showing up in Odyssey because those systems don't talk. We went back, did a data cleanup, and that resulted in a one-time impact to the DA's numbers. That having been said, as you look at the numbers for this particular period, while we continue to make progress, we also continue to focus on some of the things that we need to continue to improve. So, for example, in the case of the DA, we do know that despite the fact that we continue to dispose of cases, we have a high number of individuals who are still unindicted in the jail. So that has been a priority of focus, and it's one of the things that they are working with the public defender on in terms of their triage process. In the case of the magistrate court, we've seen a slowdown there due in part to some resource issues. So we have been working with Judge Kirk to help her get the additional resources that she needs to continue to move her cases. In the case of state court, we had a meeting last week with Judge Edline and her team and the solicitor to find ways to, in fact, team better so that we can better triage the cases in state court. And so what I want, I guess, all of us to appreciate is that we continue to make progress. A little bit concerned about the slowdown in pace over the last period, but we continue to push hard on ways we can continue to accelerate the case disposition across the board in Orca. The next slide, as the county manager indicated, shows that project to date, for the most part, the various agencies are tracking to the plan that we had laid out. As I've said in the past, it's not totally linear, and I am concerned that while we continue to do well on project to date, we have seen a bit of a slowdown in some of the agencies, so we continue to work with them and focus on plans as we move forward. The next slide talks to the cases for post-ORCA and pre-ORCA. ORCA and post-ORCA. I won't go into detail. It just gives you a sense for cases as they are, in fact, accumulating in the current system. One of the things I didn't mention, and particularly important for Superior Court, is that beginning in October, Superior Court will resume the selection of juries in each one of the courtrooms in the courthouse. That, in fact, is a big game changer for us. It's going to allow us to truly accelerate the cases that flow through Superior Court. It's something that we haven't had since the beginning of COVID, and so we're hoping and expecting that that's going to help both in the COVID cases, in ORCA cases, as well as non-ORCA cases, in increasing the trajectory and the pace of the case resolutions in Superior Court. The next slide talks to the hiring, and as you can see, we continue to make progress, but we also continue to see some attrition. And that attrition is due to a number of things. One, just kind of the general attrition that we're seeing that we heard earlier about the Great Resignation and some of those things. We have individuals who are joining us that join and decide that they don't like the job. We have individuals that join us and basically are waiting for the next best offer. And we also have individuals that we hire that may be, in fact, a hiring mistake because we don't necessarily have the pool that we historically have had for some of these jobs. So I say that to say that we have a big focus on understanding where we have attrition, understanding where they're going, and understanding whether it is, in fact, a quality of the job issue or an issue associated with the compensation for that particular role. And where necessary, we go to the county manager and CFO and make recommendations on adjustments that could and should be made. Slide 33 talks to some of the process and improvements that are part of what we do. Here again, these impact both ORCA and non-ORCA cases. But as you are aware, we implemented a courtroom management system that allows us to have a view of courtrooms and therefore maximize our ability to use our current footprint. At the beginning of ORCA, we thought that we would be able to stand up 20 separate courtrooms. What we have realized is that for security concerns and other reasons, we have to do a better job of utilizing the current footprint of 54 courtrooms because we don't have the luxury, quite frankly, of establishing courtrooms outside of the courthouse. We are going to be utilizing a couple of places to do non-jury, non-criminal court cases, but for the most part, anything that is criminal court related or criminal charge related, we have to do within our current footprint, and therefore we're trying to make sure we use the current courtrooms as efficiently and effectively as possible. We've talked specifically about the Zoom rooms. It allows our Superior Court judges and state court judges to have their dedicated Zoom rooms and basically be able to hear cases, the judges to hear cases once a week rather than once every 2 weeks. A big impact on our ability to move our cases. And finally, our evening cases, what we call night court, were initially aimed and focused on improving the pace of bond hearings. And I'm happy to report that when we started evening court, we had a wait of more than 100 days, and now we're at the standard of 14 days before an individual, or when an individual can actually have a bond hearing after they in fact have been arrested. The next slide talks to the judge's performance, or throughput rather, and as you can see on page 34, not very different in some ways from where we were, but we continue obviously to make progress. You've heard about the issue with the detainees, so I won't go into detail on that. The next slide talks about disposed cases, gives you a sense for the judges and how they are disposing of the criminal and civil cases. Not a big kind of takeaway there, except that it's something that we track and it's actually reported on our website. Same thing for the next slide, which talks to the state court disposed cases. And then finally, in terms of issues and risk, very much the same issues that we continue to focus on. One is the increase in violent crime and what that does, in fact, to both the jail population as well as the complexity of the cases for the individuals who are part of the system. The sheriff and marshal recruitment we talked about earlier today, that continues to be a challenge. And we look for workarounds, but at this point in time, one of the workarounds is using the existing courtrooms that we have, because we do have sheriffs and marshals available to staff them. And then we just talked about COVID. It has been declared that it's no longer a pandemic. However, we continue to be very, very cautious because we have a very closed environment at the jail, and it's something that we need to be very sensitive to. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Vice Chair Houseman, Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Ellis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was an interesting data adjustment in the district attorney's line item. We talked about it multiple times, so I'm glad that if that was a technical problem, it was fixed. But it does, to me, raise the question about our Odyssey system. We had the sheriff mentioned today some problems with the labeling of misdemeanors and felonies, and the misdemeanors taking precedence when they're part of the charges. And so I'm just curious, Odyssey is, what now, 10 years old at best? Are we looking at, is that the best fit for us anymore? What's the thoughts on if that system is actually beneficial to our operations anymore?
Good question, Commissioner Hausman. We actually upgraded to the current version of Odyssey a year ago. And one of the challenges that we had with the previous system was not the system itself. We had some issues with the system in terms of the constraints in flexibility, but we also had issues in terms of training. Fact of the matter is, we did not have a formal training program for individuals who joined the county. And so as a result, one of the challenges we have, and that's one of the issues that we had with the changes to the DA's issue, is we didn't have individuals who were trained on how to close out these cases appropriately. In the case of juvenile, we have that was a separate issue because JCATS is a totally separate system, and that doesn't sync with Odyssey. And so that's something that we made an adjustment to. Just a couple of things. Odyssey is an old and design system that was designed specifically to be an operational system. It was never designed to be a really good reporting system, right? So it's designed to book somebody in, track them through the process, and help facilitate knowing where an individual was and closing a case. It's not the kind of system that is easily used to report on those things. And so what we've had to do in terms of using Socrata as our analytic tool and our reporting tool is basically overlay on Odyssey an additional tool. So to answer your question, Odyssey itself as an operating tool is not a bad tool. It's used by a large number of counties our size across the country. What we are doing, however, is we're learning as we go along, because we started to do this reporting, and we do it probably more than most, but we started to do this reporting, and we do run into nuances from time to time. So, for example, the sheriff is correct. The way Odyssey works is that if you have 2 charges, and your first charge is a misdemeanor, and your second charge is a felony, it's gonna come up as a misdemeanor for that individual. We've also had, you mentioned the question about making the adjustment to the DA's numbers. We had to do that about 3 months ago for the solicitor's numbers, because it turns out that we weren't capturing all the cases that had been closed out, in part because here again, we're learning how to use the system for reporting purposes. So I would say to you, don't really have an issue with the core system itself. We do have an issue and a need for continued training to make sure we're using it to its capacity, and we in fact continue to make improvements in the way we use it for reporting purposes.
Well, thank you for that information. I do think that that's a real problem, that the lesser charge is the first charge, that everything that happens to someone is based on. You could easily get release the wrong people or have some serious repercussions from that. So there's no way to adjust that?
Well, we are going to be making a fix to that. That's what the sheriff was alluding to. That's correct.
All right. Well, I hope we get that fixed. And then on the public defender, I think you mentioned that that's part of the issue with not getting some of the cases resolved in a timely manner. It looks like they've done a decent job of hiring. What is the problem there?
No, actually, the issue with the public and with the public defender, and you may have read about this, are the complex cases, the C3s, and the fact that they haven't had enough defenders public defenders to help with those. As Judge Brasher mentioned in his presentation last week to the state, we're in the process of hiring C3 lawyers so we can actually help the public defender move some of these cases. And so I do think that they've made a lot of progress. When we talk to Mr. Kenner, what he will say is that they used to have a hard time recruiting attorneys because of where they were from a salary level standpoint. But as we sit here today, he feels pretty comfortable that he's able to recruit and retain the attorneys that he needs.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Morris.
Just one quick question. Can we go to slide 31, please? Mr. Adams, we've talked before about the question about whether we're building any kind of backlog of post-ORCA cases, and we also talked about the possibility of determining what the quote normal end quote cases pending would be maybe in 2019 and earlier. Have we gotten any further along in trying to decide what that light blue, that Carolina blue line ought to be?
Well, I will tell you just anecdotally, Commissioner Morris, that when we looked at what the throughput was for criminal cases in Superior Court, for example, pre-ORCA, they were disposing of 8,000 cases a year, give or take. And so we do know that that because we haven't been able to do that over the last couple of years, even after reopening, we are going to be building a bit of a backlog for a bit because we're not operating at that pace at this point in time. But to answer your question, we can come back to you and give you a sense for how big that is and how long it's going to take us, quite frankly, to catch up and get rid of that. But we are just by the nature of the fact that we're not operating at 100%, we're not selecting juries. We don't have the pace of jury trials in Superior Court. I think it's fair to say we are, in fact, going to be building a bit of a backlog at this point.
Okay. Well, I've been called for jury trial next Monday, so if I'm called, I'll try to do my part to get rid of a case.
Commissioner Ellis?
Sort of and you touched on space a little bit, but my question is sort of a near-term one as well as sort of a long-term one. Our number of courtrooms and that sort of stuff, I presume it's sort of been stagnant, same number for a good number of years now, right?
That's correct.
Is that, I think that's right. I mean, are we, backlog or ORCA aside, have we looked at our actual courtroom capacity, and is it adequate for the next 10, 15 years?
Well, what I would say, Commissioner Ellis, is, each one of our judges has their own courtroom. So what I would say is I think part of the question is, do we have enough judges given what's going on? For example, we had a 14% increase in bookings into our jail. We know that arrests are up. That volume falls squarely on our judges, and that's probably one of the constraints, right? I know that Judge Brasher has requested an additional Superior Court judge. I'm not sure where that is in the approval process, but I think if you did the analysis, you could argue that we probably need, 5 additional judges to keep up with the volume of cases that we have at this point in time. We haven't grown the number of judges in quite some time.
Right, but if we, I don't know, I think all of us have sort of been looped in on emails and that sort of stuff in recent couple of weeks over space battles, if you will, with different folks in the court system, not necessarily Superior Court judges, I guess, but is this just a matter of we have enough space, but we've got to get people to operate differently, sort of within, kind of a system, as opposed to areas that they've just predominantly or historically have had just to themselves for a long period of time? Or do we truly need to consider, identifying some more space, or how we're thinking about, kind of having more space somehow? I mean, which is it?
I think it's 2 things. One is we need to do a better job of utilizing the courtrooms, even though I think we have enough courtrooms. One of the challenges that we run into recently is, we hired, 200 people for ORCA, but we didn't have any additional spaces, right? We didn't have any extra office space. Now, we did secure some space for the DA, but we have had space requests from, state court. We've had space requests from Judge Johnson, and so we do have a space issue. 2 ways to do that. One is to find more office space. The second way is to think about operating differently. So, for example, if someone is sitting in front of a computer for 8 hours a day, if that's the nature of their job, do they really need to have an office in the courthouse? Could they do that from home? In the case of investigators, if an investigator who has an office today is only in the office at 2 or 3 hours a day, could that office be used for 2 or 3 investigators? So there are a number of ways to get after the shortage by looking at the way you operate as an entity. But we do have more demand for space today as a result of some of the increase in hirings. That's correct. And longer term, to your question, longer term, one of the options, depending on what the Board of Commissioners decides to do regarding a new jail facility, is that there have been other parts of the country where a new jail does in fact include courtrooms. Does in fact, the sheriff has asked that his ask is that if we do build a new jail, we actually provide administrative offices for him and his team. And so there are some other ways to do that without necessarily having to find space in this particular area if we in fact wanted to go in that direction.
So so the concept of space not just for housing inmates is being considered in the jail feasibility study?
That's correct. We're looking at whether we could actually have more courtrooms. As you know, our current jail has 3 courtrooms that we use, very small, and has some challenges. But the thought would be, could we in fact have 15 courtrooms, right? That would allow, so instead of moving the individuals downtown, we would actually be able to have a certain number of cases, certainly bench trials and so on that property. A little more difficult when you start talking about jury trials, but certainly for bench trials and for bond hearings and other things, you could in fact do that without having individuals have to be moved. And then, like I said, the sheriff has said he would like to have more of a campus where he could move his entire kind of administrative team as well.
Okay, and then you raised the point about potentially needing, the need for more judges given caseload. And I guess that number hasn't changed. Number of judges hasn't changed in quite some time either, right? Could we get some sort of insight from Judge Brasher about what his request is and what that process is and whether or not, that's something that we should be including in our, lobbying effort, if you will?
I will.
Obviously it's, given what we're dealing with, and what what the process will be to get it approved. Who is it,
Okay, I will do that.
Okay.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So I guess my question is about post-ORCA means after the start of ORCA? Because we're still in the middle of ORCA, right?
Right.
So we may want to think about maybe changing that, because post-ORCA just sounds confusing because it assumes that it is already over and we're actually in the middle of it. And so we should think about that. Additionally, this chart that's on the board now is confusing because 37,000 civil cases has a longer line than 50,000 overall. The scale is different. Like on the second portion, right? It says 37,114 civil cases.
Yes.
Well, how in the world could that line be longer than the line that's 50,000 up above it?
I think the way it was constructed, Commissioner Arrington, is that they're actually they're actually two separate graphs, and so as a result, like if you look at
I see the scales. I'm just telling you that's confusing to show me both of those on the same page and to have a 37,000 larger than 50,000.
Got it. No, we need to fix that. It is confusing because we have different scales on the same page. So we'll address that moving forward. And to your point about ORCA cases, that we had set a cutoff date for as December 6th. And to your point, people who are in fact arrested today are still being impacted by the fact that it's going to take them a while to get to the system. So that's a very valid point. But I think we made a decision that we need to have a concrete set of cases that represented what we were going to try to fund and what we were going to try to address. But your point's well taken, and we can adjust that as well, obviously.
Yeah, I think it might be better to do pre-ORCA and ORCA instead of ORCA and post-ORCA.
Gotcha. Non-ORCA, yeah.
Commissioner Arrington, you done? Commissioner Ellis.
Just following up on Commissioner Arrington's point, one other suggestion, and it's confusing to me every time I sort of look at it and have to kind of go back and glance at it again. I think it might be useful to show, both in the civil and criminal thing, as well as maybe up top too, pending and closed together. In other words, we got 80,000 pending cases total, right? You got pre-ORCA, ORCA, however you want to define it, right? And then number, closed, and then same for pending, as opposed to it being like that, and you got to look over and see what one color stands for and add them up kind of thing. Does that make sense?
It does. We'll take a shot at this.
Okay.
This is one of the more confusing charts in the package, and so we'll see if we can make it a little clearer and
All right.
and simplify it and easier to understand.
Okay.
All right, any more questions on that section? Are we going to get a recovery plan update, Ms. Whitmore?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. On slide 41, Commissioners, through September the 16th, with regard to our American Rescue Act funds, that is the section in green on the schedule, we have expended $87.4 million of the total that we've been allocated of $227.5. In the first column of numbers, you'll see the budget. That is how we have allocated all of our resources. The commitment column represents what has either already been expended, if it's essentially a personnel expense, or what's been expended and or encumbered if we have a purchase order item, and then we show the expense column as well. As you can see towards the bottom of the slide, we have almost fully expended all of our Consolidated Appropriations Act, ERAP funding, our ERAP reallocation funding. Both of those categories are almost fully expended. We're, finalizing last expenses there while we wait on the additional $17 million of reallocation funds from that are being awarded to us from Cobb County. And we still have our reserve of 20.7, which is helping to backstop our FEMA-related expenses until such time as we receive reimbursements. If we can go to slide, it should be slide 44, please. At the last meeting, we were asked about the status of our FEMA reimbursements, and so we've prepared a summary of how we have submitted applications to FEMA for reimbursement. Essentially, we have, again, through September 16th, expended about 27.5. We had submitted applications, either advanced applications, expedited applications, or applications that were based on expected spend of $31.9 million. To date, we've received reimbursement of $5.9 million. So the difference right now between what we have outlaid and what we have received is the 27.5 less the 5.9. So right around 26 million, right around 21 million. And we will continue, we meet periodically with EMSI, who has been helping to facilitate our FEMA application and response process. So we will continue to meet with them as the applications are under review by FEMA to respond to any questions that FEMA may have regarding the items that have been submitted.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Arrington?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hausman, I think Hakeem wanted to add something.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we added 2 items to the budget from the last BOC meeting. We added $1 million for tiny homes, and then $500,000 for the wellness living assistance. So just want the board to know that. That's one of the changes that we made to the budget from last BOC meeting to now.
Thank you, Hakeem.
Thank you. Can we go back to the previous slide? Yes, that one. Awesome. So, Madam CFO, looks like we budgeted $75 million for court backlog project, which is ORCA, right?
Yes, sir.
And of that, we have only committed 23.2?
That commitment really represents the personnel cost to date plus any actual encumbrances. Personnel costs are difficult to show as encumbered because of the number of vacancies and the fill rate within ORCA. So that's really what the difference is. Again, we have a plan for the full 75 million. It depends on how we're able to finish filling out the positions and the additional operational costs that we have planned and programmed into that 75 million, how they will come out. But through the September 16th, we had actually only expended 22.4 million of the total 75.
And the 22.4 that has actually been expended, I understand that it's out of the 75 that was budgeted, but that 22.4 is also out of the 23.2 that has been committed, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So then there's at least $50 million right there, correct?
That is programmed for Project ORCA, the majority of which is to pay the salaries of the employees that have been hired for that program.
And that 75 is budgeted over what time frame?
It's currently allocated, the majority of it, originally it was allocated to go through the end of 2023. And we've, like I mentioned earlier in the meeting, we've rebalanced the Project ORCA budget so that we could extend the time frame for the ORCA positions out into 2024. So they are now staggered out into 2024 by agency. They don't all go through the end of 2024, but they are staggered out through, I think, October of 2024.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. I guess the point I was making is there's additional 50 million that has been allocated for ORCA, but not yet used. But I think it's also important to note that we used maybe a third of it this year. We're anticipating using some next year, so it might make sense that we might use another third in 2023. And now you're saying it's been extended through the end of 2024?
Not quite the end of 2024. The agencies are staggered out. I think, and Alton, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that they're staggered out through at least October of 2024.
So roughly, so theoretically, we could spend that money over that time frame. But as for now, as for dealing with emergencies like this 6.4 from earlier today, that 50 million might be available now to deal with that. And we might have to do something else next year as far as millage rate or budget or whatever. But we've got at least 50 million right there that we can work with in the interim.
Again, within Project ORCA, and we would go back and rebalance it. If we pulled the balance that the sheriff needs for the comp time conversion from Project ORCA, then we would have to go in and rebalance the period of time that the positions that have been programmed for ORCA would be able to be extended.
And Commissioner, one of the reasons we made that change is that we heard from the DA and the solicitor and the like that no one wanted to sign up for a position that would end in 12 months, right? So, or 14 months. And so that's when we came back and said we probably need to extend this. So that one of the reasons we did that was because we were concerned about some of the attrition and whether that was being caused by basically people realizing that they were signing up for a 14-month job.
So you know what I would love to see, Madam CFO? What I'm missing is, and maybe I'm just missing it, where's the underrun column? Because right up under the 75 million, I see 8 million budgeted for something, information technology, virtual support, and only 1.1 million of that. So that's another 7 million. So we up to 57 million. I just found $57 million.
Again, Commissioner Arrington, there's a plan for each of those items. And we, you know, if you looked at health infrastructure, the 15.6, those are the funds that we've set aside for the construction of the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. So there's nothing encumbered yet. We haven't gotten that far along in the process, but there is a plan that's associated with the spending. So we can come back and we can do a full, you know, sweep of the ARPA allocations and, you know, present back to the board the update for each of the major, you know, the major expense categories, so you will understand what the time frame is that we should begin to see more movement on each of those items.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful because do we anticipate we're going to spend all 15 million this year?
No, sir, but we anticipate needing the full 15 million to complete the renovations necessary for the Behavioral Health Crisis Center.
All right, and then right below that, so you just found, on top of my 57, you just found another 14. And then on top of that, right below that, 28 million pandemic, only 1.9 committed and only 0.9 actually expended. That's another 28 million on top of the 57 we already found and the 14 you found. That's 100 million right there.
Look at the testing and the vaccination number.
Where's that one? What is it?
At the bottom, 14.7.
0.7. Yeah, I mean.
The testing and vaccination is backstopping what we've spent on FEMA. So some of these are there waiting for FEMA reimbursement. Because if we don't get reimbursed from FEMA, then we will fall back to this funding source to cover it. The pandemic proofing project, I believe Joe and his team are preparing an update for the board on that project as well, so you'll know where we are with preparing to move forward with, again, the major work associated with that project. So I clearly hear you, Commissioner Arrington. It's a matter of prioritization of these resources by the board. We have a plan. We've been working on this plan. We can come back and provide an update on the major projects that are within the plan and go from there if the board chooses to redirect or reallocate any of those funds, including the funds that have been set aside for Project Orca.
And the only reason I asked that is because I heard comments saying, hey, where's this money going to come from? We don't have it. If money's out. But, I mean, yes, money has been allocated, but we just found at least 100, maybe $125 million. I mean, I'm looking now at job training, 1.6 million, only 0.4 has been spent. That's another 1.2 million right there. So, yes.
I'm sorry. I was just going to add something to let you know we got 3 years to spend this budget.
I think the key is, right, all of these are plans.
Yeah.
So the board could say, take that one that you just referenced, job training, don't spend any more on job training. That'd be a fine decision to make. But that means we won't spend any more on job training. We'll redirect, and it may be a higher priority based on what we heard. Same thing with, something like the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. We know it's going to cost, based on our estimates, at least $15 million to do. It hasn't been expended or even committed yet because the plans aren't developed yet. But we're moving down the pike to do that. So I wouldn't say you found it. I would say you have the opportunity to redirect it, for sure. So there's no dollars that are just sitting here with no use intended for them. But the board still has the purview to say, rather than do what we originally planned, do this. And then the only thing to really think about, which is, in the sheriff's presentation, the way that we were approaching his was, let's do the things that we absolutely have to do this year. That's the $3.4 million. It's also a set of things that, are generally one-time expenses. They were security, cameras, office updates and the like, that I told him, generally when we come to the end of the year and the forecast gets better and the end of year view gets clearer, we always have some monies then that lend themselves to one-time expenditures. So we're going to try to handle that bucket there. And then the one that really the board spent the most time talking about was the overtime piece. But equally, he's got a piece on there for upping salaries. And both of those are, you know, pretty significant decisions. I mean, one's $8 million, the overtime one, and then the salaries is 30-something million. So, and then putting new positions back in where he unfunded to put new positions in a year ago is another $8 million or so. So in other words, you're getting ready to make somewhere in the neighborhood of a $40-something million annualized decision, unless you do what Commissioner Ellis suggested, which was take some of these dollars and do a 6-month reprieve, so to speak, on the overtime rules. The problem with that I see is once you change the overtime rules, you're not going to go back. I mean, I cannot fathom that. So if you're going to commit to it, you better commit to it inside of, you can say you're doing it with these dollars for a period of time, but you need to mentally be thinking about, I'm doing it with general fund dollars going forward. I'm not saying it isn't the right decision. I think it probably is. But using these dollars for anything other than something you perceive is going to end at some point in time, it's either, you know, something like building a facility or running through a vaccination program, is getting on to a stream of resources that ultimately goes away.
And I think my points or my questions were of staff, but I think the point I was trying to make was really for my colleagues to think about, you know, when they're asking about where is this money going to come from, and I don't know that I'm saying, you know, just don't do something that's on there, but I'm saying there might be money that we could use in the interim to do something else while still trying to get reimbursed or maybe find money elsewhere. So my comments and my thought process were more for the board, but I was asking staff, because I want us to realize, you know, while this money is allocated, this money hasn't been spent, and then it would likely be helpful because most of the budgets that we deal with are annualized. It would be helpful to know that this is, you know, this ARPA money is over 2 or 3 years, and maybe have how much is budgeted for each year.
Yeah, I think, you know, learning from this is to go back and give the board a much deeper view a year into this of where this plan is and where it's going. And again, I think any of these are subject for redirection, because as we said when we started with this, many times we didn't know what we didn't know at the time that we began this. And I think this whole justice system issue is a set of things that is very compelling.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Ellis.
And Commissioner Harrington said a lot of what I wanted to say. You know, so this whole pot has got to be expended in full by the end of 2024?
It has to be committed by the end of 2024.
Okay, so committed would mean, you know, if it was a construction project, it would have broken ground and, okay, that kind of thing.
Yes, and
So
then
it's got to be locked in or expended by the end of 24. Truly locked in, not just something on a page.
yeah, we have to have something contractual in place and like the project underway. And then we have until December 31st of 2026 then to actually complete that type of work.
Okay. And obviously, I think, you know, a number of these have a little more hard concrete stuff behind them, right? And then some of them, you know, we may look at and say, you know, do we need to reprioritize some of this in light of kind of what we have before us, right? And I think that's the point was well made. So I had sort of two questions sort of related to this. With the additional funds of ERAP money that we're receiving, the administrative costs associated with that would still be handled within that window of funds we receive?
Commissioner Ellis, the administrative funds may be a little outside of the 10%, how we've handled that previously. When you see on the chart, additional operational cost. We have used some of the ARPA funds to cover any of the administrative costs that are outside of the 10%. So the administrative costs include the PNN. It also includes our application portal with Neighborly, and it also includes the supplemental staff that we have at the courthouse. So those are the buckets of administrative cost. So the
So
administrative.
this recent gift we got is not, we will have to pull some, draw funds out of this pool to fund it?
Primarily, the 17 million will cover the bulk of the cost.
Okay,
Yes.
So it includes administration.
that's my question.
Yes.
Okay, all right, we're not eating into our, okay, all right, that was the question. And then on the FEMA reimbursement slide, when did we sort of, is the cadence of receiving these basically like, you don't know when the Easter Bunny is going to show up, whether he's going to show up at Christmas or Easter, St. Patrick's Day, or is there some sense of predictability with this?
Well, you remember what Matt's explanation was in the last meeting. He believes, and I don't remember if he gave a number, but substantially FEMA has approved our request. Now it's setting with the state, either at GEMA or some other level, to finally get through their approval process and extend it. So I think there's a high degree of certainty, I remember him discussing it, that we receive it. But the question, there is not a certainty on time.
Okay.
It's typically a rather lengthy timeframe for reimbursement.
So if you go to that slide with the,
Slide 44, please.
so am I reading this? So we've submitted everything but those last 2 quarters? That's the way to read this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the only thing we haven't submitted is that, whatever that is, 1.65.
For the last 2 quarters. And I think if I interpreted this correctly myself, with the expedited application, which was for Q3, 4 of 21 and Q1 of 22, we may need to submit some additional, we may have some additional cost to submit for reimbursement there, because we submitted an expedited application, and I think that we have a little bit more to submit for that one.
Okay.
Followed by Q2 and Q3 of 2022.
Sharon, that is correct. We were allowed to submit applications up to $14 million. We have submitted invoices of up to about $7 million. And then as we keep on spending out of my FEMA bucket, we will be submitting the invoices to FEMA for reimbursement as well until we get to that $14 million limit.
Okay. Do we see the extent of the expenditures associated with this trending towards zero in the fourth quarter, or where do we see that?
We do have some expenses for the fourth quarter. Not a whole lot, but we do have some that we've estimated.
Okay. But continued ramp down is for fourth quarter too.
Yes.
The cutoff date is December 31st. We cannot submit anything to FEMA beyond that, at least so far.
It's cut off period. They cut it off.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, next item.
Continuing on the bottom of page 9, 22-0677, purchasing and contract compliance. Request ratification of countywide emergency procurements.
It's been moved by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0678, request approval of resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
It's been properly moved and seconded by Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0679, Finance. Presentation, review, and approval of the September 21st, 2022 budget soundings.
Ms. Whitmore?
Madam Vice Chair, I just wanted to remind the board that your earlier action today with regards to the sheriff's department requests, the Finance Department has updated the soundings document and circulated that so that what you have before you is now inclusive of that action.
Thank you. Commissioner Morris?
That's all I was going to, that's all I was going to say, Madam Chair.
All righty. It has been moved by Commissioner Hall and seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 22-0680, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to terminate a contract for janitorial services for selected Fulton County facilities.
And this is terminated, I understand, because the contractor does not have enough staff?
Correct, Commissioner.
What will we do to replace this vendor?
You have another item, 220682.
Yes, we do. All right, thank you. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded, moved by Commissioner Hall and seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0681, request approval to award a contract to provide postage services.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Morris and seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0682, request approval to amend an existing contract for janitorial services for selected Fulton County facilities.
All right, and this is to replace the previous contract, correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, it has been properly moved by Commissioner Morris and seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
The one that was terminated.
The one that was terminated, the original award was, I have to flip back to the other.
I guess I'm trying to understand, it looked like it was a different value between
Right, because
that and they're assuming all of this work of the other contract for only $92,000?
Now, remember, it's for, through December of 2022. The contractor performed work up to September 30th. The new contractor will start October 1st through December 2022.
Okay, thank you.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0683, Public Works, request approval of an agreement for River Lake Information Management Services.
All right, any questions, commissioners? It's been, I made the motion to approve, and Commissioner Ellis has seconded it. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0684, request approval to increase spending authority to provide water meters.
All right, it's been properly moved by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 11, under Justice and Safety, 22-0685, District Attorney requests approval of a memorandum of understanding between Fulton County District Attorney and Partnership Against Domestic Violence.
All right, it has been moved by Commissioner Hall and seconded by Commissioner Morris. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0687, State Court requests approval of an award without competition to provide substance use disorder monitoring services.
All right, that has been also been properly moved by Commissioner Morris and seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0688, Superior Court Administration requests approval to extend an existing contract for the purchase of medical drug testing supplies.
All right, that has been moved by Commissioner Morris and seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote, please.
The vote is open. Motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Commissioners' action items, 22-0689, request approval of a resolution to rescind resolution number 20-0218 and 20-0344 that provided for the payment by Fulton County and any and all processing fees associated with electronic payments remitted by taxpayers.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, so the background here was that our previous meeting, it was noted that one of the issues was that the cost of this program had really exceeded what we thought it was going to be. And we obviously have some revenue challenges, and it didn't make sense to kind of continue this. We set it up during the pandemic for ease of payment. People can certainly continue to make electronic payments, but they would also have to associate the fees, but they have ACH and other types of means they could pay where there would be no fees. So this isn't effective immediately. It does give the direction to the tax commissioner to prepare a plan for which it can be, all the systems and technology can be upgraded and give us a plan within a set period of time for when it would take effect.
All right, thank you, Commissioner, and I believe that the annual number associated with this was $12.5 million.
Yeah, I believe that was the number that had been shared with us, that was going to be the estimated revenue hit if it were to continue.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. I was going to ask that question about the amount as well. But in addition to that, I heard Commissioner Ellis say that there are other forms of payment that can be used where the taxpayer does not incur a fee. And what percentage of the taxpayers actually use their credit card to pay their bill? Do we have that? Tax Commissioner not here today, huh? Does anybody know?
We don't have that information.
Okay.
Yeah. Commissioner Hall, we know the amount that is not remitted to us that would otherwise come to the county, but we don't have the statistics on the percentage of taxpayers that are using that option.
Okay, I was just wondering, because I know for me, I pay all my bills with a credit card, and I don't even have checks. So I'm just wondering, is there a higher percentage or a lower percentage of taxpayers that pay with the credit card? Because then it's not gonna, it really doesn't matter that they do not incur a fee with other payments because they don't pay that way. Okay, well, can somebody find out and just tell me later?
Be happy to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I would just say that it must be much higher than we anticipated, because I believe when we established this, the amount was in the $3 million range. And that was only, what, 2 or 3 years ago?
Yes, ma'am. We started this in the middle of 2020.
Right, so
So-
that would say a lot of people are using credit cards.
So are you saying they kind of ramped up in using their credit card as a form of payment? Because it sounds like it went up from, what did you say, 6 million?
3 million.
3 million?
That was the
To
estimate.
12 billion. So it sounds like more people started using the credit card.
The first, go ahead, Sharon.
All right, any other comments or questions?
I was just going to say that, in the first year, that 2020 year, the total cost was $3.8 million. Then in 2021, it went up to $11.9 million.
Wow.
So we're estimating that, this year, after we receive the tax payments, likely we're going to get to over $12 million.
Now, is that because of the increase in what they're paying, or is that because of the increase in the number of people that are using the credit card form of
It's
payment?
probably a combination of both, because
Combination.
because the fee is a percentage of how much that is paid.
Okay,
So it will be a combination of both, likely one.
okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, commissioners, let's vote.
And the vote is open.
And I neglected to say it was moved by Commissioner Arrington and seconded by Commissioner Hausman.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 12, the next item is Commissioner Abdul Rahman's. Would you like to hold her item?
Yes,
or-
we'll hold that.
Okay. County manager's presentation and discussion items, 22-0691, local option sales tax negotiations.
Good afternoon. We're at the halfway point in the loss negotiations and want to provide you an update. Largely, this will be for the public because most of you, know these issues very well. Stylistically, the way we'll walk through this, and Sharon Whitmore, the Chief Financial Officer, is going to present it, is really in prose, whole sentences. So if citizens want to review this subsequently and look at it, they'll have the ability to both see a link to the video, but then also read the presentation without a lot of problem. The presentation really has 3 objectives: a clear overview of what lost is. Obviously, it's a sales tax jointly used by cities and counties to offset property tax increases otherwise that would be necessary to fund critical services. So keep that in mind. It's negotiated each 10 years post the census being done. We're in the middle of that now. It is a meaningful number. Over $300 million a year is generated from sales taxes in Fulton County. And it does require the county's agreement as well as cities representing 50% of the population plus to continue. So we're, again, midway through a process that will conclude by December the 30th. We're going to overview the offers that we've made because there's been some perhaps misunderstanding of those or not clarity. We did open with 35% coming to Fulton County from today's 5% because that was a historical number that the county had enjoyed, but we did recognize and adjusted our offers that would be difficult for the cities to get to overnight. So our 3 offers that we have just reinstated to the cities with a letter that was sent on September the 8th are, I think, very compelling. They range in terms of what the county would collect over a 10-year period from 15% to 20%. One is a simple ramp up that goes from today's levels to above 25% or so. Again, that nets us 15%, and Sharon will discuss that offer. Then the other two are quite, I think, responsive to city needs. One guarantees them the amount that they're getting today for the full 10-year period. In other words, eliminating any concerns about increased property taxes or decreased services in the cities. The third one is a variation of that second one in that it allows the cities not only to get what they get today, but also share in the growth with the county over a period of time. And in with a current situation with economic outlooks very uncertain and the possibility of recession, either one of those guaranteeing city revenues would seem to be very compelling. I'm not sure and somewhat confused why 35% keeps being used by either the news media or the cities, but that offer has not been on the table for some period of time. So we'll discuss the next steps with mediation starting this Friday. Again, we've had good discussions with our cities, have met a number of times, and Sharon will talk about that. What is the most, I guess, important thing about this presentation for the public to know is that we have identified very specific needs that are incremental in terms of our expenditures to what we spend today. We can see in the closure of the two AMC hospitals the importance of supporting public health. We all know that behavioral health follows right behind that, and we have some very significant expenditures there coming up in the creation of a behavioral health crisis center, probably multiple ones of those based on the needs. And then today's meeting in particular underscored the importance of public safety with a jail that's, quite frankly, overflowing today, but then also in the future needs to be either significantly refurbished or replaced. And all of those, by the way, are, I think, unavoidable expenditures and importantly represent over $100 million or so a year in incremental expenses. So those expenses will either be addressed by a more equitable distribution of loss or by property tax increases. So the negotiations are very important and hopefully will, again, come to a successful conclusion by December. So Sharon's going to share with you exactly the steps that we've gone through, the offers, and what's up next.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We can go on to the next slide. Again, Sharon Whitmore, Chief Financial Officer for the county. Mr. Anderson really covered most of what is in the presentation, but I am going to go ahead and step through it so that the public is aware. As he mentioned in his opening remarks, LOST is a 1% joint county and city sales and use tax. It was originally approved in 1975 and is subject to renegotiation every 10 years following the census in order to determine how the proceeds will be distributed among the county and its cities. In Fulton County, for the county government itself, we use our lost proceeds to help offset and fund the cost of our county-wide services that serve the residents of all 15 cities. The primary purpose of local option sales tax is to provide property tax relief to county and city taxpayers. Currently, we have been receiving 4.98% of the current penny that is associated with the local option sales tax, while the cities have been sharing in the balance, which is 95%. In the most recent fiscal year, the county received $15.5 million of the total $316 million that was collected countywide in local option sales tax. Although our collection percentage has been reduced since the initial incorporation of cities began in 2006, we really have not experienced a reduction in countywide services. The county's lost has been deposited in the county's general fund and has been providing for the cost of services of the general fund. all of our municipal type services, police, fire, parks, and recreation, all of those were being funded out of a special taxing district. And that's where we experienced the majority of our expense reduction as a result of incorporation. And I believe the manager mentioned this as well. In order for the local option sales tax to continue after 2022, the county and cities representing more than 50% of the total city's population must agree on a new distribution certificate. Next slide, please. Commissioner Ellis, did you?
You had noted the 4.98% that we are currently receiving, but I didn't know if you wanted to amplify that this is not the amount that when the last negotiations took place, that was not the amount that the county agreed to, and how it wound up at that number.
That is correct. We ended at 4.98%, really from a series of reductions that have been borne by the county for incorporation since 2006, the last of which occurred with the incorporation of the city of South Fulton.
Right. So the last negotiated agreement was what percentage?
It was 14 and some change, almost 15%.
14.9?
Yes.
Okay. So we didn't negotiate the 4.98. It came to that level in 2017.
That's correct, as a result of the incorporation of the city of South Fulton. Next slide, please. We wanted to try to show you graphically, what's been happening in Fulton County since 2006. In the upper left-hand corner, this graph shows what has happened with our local option sales tax proceeds. You can see it's very difficult to see, and we have a larger sample of this in a subsequent slide. But in 2005, we were collecting over $72 million in local option sales tax proceeds, while our population was in the 818,000 range. You can see that over time, our sales tax collections have declined while population has increased up over a million, according to the 2020 census. During that same period of time, while the county's population increased 26% and our local option sales tax distribution declined 80%, our countywide general fund budget really did not reduce as a result of incorporation. Our countywide service cost actually grew 23%. So incorporation really affected our special taxing district, not the county's general fund. Our local option sales tax as a percent of our general fund revenue during the same period of time decreased from representing 10% of total revenue to 2%. Our millage rate has been on a steady decline because, to your credit as a board, you've worked diligently to reduce the county's share in the overall tax burden on taxpayers countywide. And on a per capita basis, the county is currently collecting about $64 less per person than it was in 2016, while we have a plan to spend $22 more. Next slide, please. This slide is just a larger, more clear view of that local option sales tax and population change slide. I think it's very evident that our population countywide has increased while our receipt of local option sales tax has decreased significantly. Next slide, please. This is a larger version of the financial data for the local option sales tax collections, the general fund budget, and our millage rate history, simply showing the steady decline of both local option sales tax and the millage rate while our spending has increased. And also that to be able to continue to mitigate any property tax increases to support our needs to meet countywide services, we really do need to collect more, have a greater percentage share of our local option sales tax. Next slide, please. So why is the county seeking a greater share of local option sales tax? We did make this presentation to the cities in, I believe, the second meeting that we had with them, where we laid out for them those expense categories that we see on the horizon for the next 10 years, predominantly in public health and public safety. In that presentation, we identified the potential for about $950 million of additional expenses over 10 years. As the manager indicated in his opening comments, we've recently learned about the two hospitals, the two other safety net hospitals in Fulton County that have plans for closure that will predominantly affect Central and South Fulton County, as well as our partner, Grady Hospital, through the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, has already indicated, and as part of our contract negotiations with them, that they are seeking a significant increase in the annual support that we have been providing to Grady Hospital for the support of indigent health care. We have an increasing need for behavioral health services, behavioral health crisis services, and beds in Fulton County. That's one of the reasons why we have, in fact, set aside a portion of our ARPA resources to try to make a dent in that need within the county. As you heard from the sheriff earlier today, violent crime is on the rise in Fulton County. We're seeing that in the daily population and the length of stay at the county jail, which have both substantially increased since 2020. We have housing capacity issues that have to be addressed, as well as staffing increases that are currently being supported by the ORCA budget to address the backlog of cases. But when those resources run out, we will still have a need to address the continued ever-rising cases. And then lastly, again, as a reminder that without some greater share of local option sales tax, if all of these costs that we know about come to fruition and we are forced to fund them, we're looking at potentially a $3 to $4 million increase, which would be equal to about a $435 to $580 annual increase per year, and that's for an average home that has a value of about $438,000. Next slide, please. So as for our loss negotiation status, what's happened since July 1st? The negotiation teams have had 5 meetings that were held in July and August. The 60-day negotiation period technically ended August 30th, although the teams agreed to potentially 2 additional meetings on the 9th and the 16th to continue discussion and mediation planning. The teams did meet on the 9th, but not on the 16th. Currently, we have a mediation date planned for September 23rd, that's this Friday, with October 7th as a backup date, and the city's offered GMA as the location for mediation. Following that, if arbitration comes into play, the cities have proposed October 21st and October 28th as the dates for arbitration to begin. Next slide, please. Mr. Anderson did a great job, I think, of talking about the offers that we made to the cities. In those first 2 negotiation sessions, which were open public meetings, we did identify our request to return to 35%, which was our pre-incorporation distribution percentage, and provided the cities with an outline of our reasons why. Subsequent to that, we made a second offer, which was really 3 offers, if you will, and the manager, I think, explained those. In each of those offers, it was for a total lower distribution percentage than what we initially offered. They were each phased in over the next 10 years. We did that in an attempt to try to minimize the impact to the municipalities, but at the same time allow the county to begin to gradually increase its share of the distribution. We identified those as the straight ramp, the growth approach, and the gain share approach. In the growth approach and the gain share approach, those offers did and were designed to keep the city municipal collection rate at 2021 level, so they would not lose revenue from where they currently are, and perhaps that would remove the necessity then for any sort of city property tax increase or city charter revisions in order to accommodate the county receiving an increased percentage. In those two scenarios, the county really was taking the risk of there being any negative economic outlook. The offers that we made did assume a 3.5% growth in sales tax in each of the years. Over the last 10-year cycle, the growth rate, I believe, was about 3.3%. So we did use 3.5. We felt like these offers were recognizing the city's concerns that had been raised around the loss of local option sales tax, but also recognized the county's need, and by the county taking on the risk of the growth not being really not being in place, we felt like these were really strong offers, as the manager indicated. They were not accepted or really even discussed in any great detail with the cities or by the cities. Next slide, please. With regard to the offers that have been made to the county from the cities, in the first, it was in the second public meeting that was held with regard to the loss negotiations, the cities made their first initial offer, which was 2.45%. That is about 50% less than what we are currently receiving. Subsequent to that, in August, they made a second offer that increased the distribution percentage slightly, but still resulted in the county not even receiving the same level of resources that we had received in the last 10-year cycle. It was about $34 million in total, less than what had been received in the previous cycle for the county. And we did decline the offer based on the fact that it did not meet our needs, and in particular that it did not at least provide us with the same level of funding as we had in the previous 10 years. Next slide. So some takeaways from this process. Historically, for the county, lost revenues have been used to offset costs for countywide services. In our negotiations, it's been clear that the cities believe that we should be limited in our receipt and use of local option sales tax to the portion of the county that is unincorporated. So that would be a very small area of Fulton Industrial Boulevard, north of I-20, and essentially the Fulton County Executive Airport area. Residents are actually served by two local governments, which would be the county and the city, which is why it's a joint tax. The services that we are providing are provided on a countywide basis. They are different services than what cities provide. Cities provide primarily certain municipal type services, police, fire, parks and recreation, planning and zoning, whereas the county is providing courts and jails, public health, behavioral health, tax commissioner services, tax assessor services, the support of the public hospital. That's one of the county's single largest expenses. And the cities have also, well, with regard to the service provision, There's been this discussion and comments about the county's proposal is to double count citizens. We're not really double counting citizens. We're looking to recognize that citizens are really served by both entities, and the county serves citizens countywide, not just in this 2-mile district area on Fulton Industrial District that remains unincorporated. The general fund has provided services countywide, has always provided those services countywide, and will continue to do so. I guess one of the other takeaways is that the cities have been receiving the T-SPLOST, an extra penny for T-SPLOST for infrastructure improvements for streets and sidewalks and transit-related expenses that they have not had to fund out of their primary operating budgets now for the last 5 years, and are currently in the second T-SPLOST cycle now, receiving that same penny. And the county is not receiving those funds for the same purpose. We receive a very small portion in order to administer the T-SPLOST program, which we are required by law to do. And again, as we've stated in more than one sitting now, without an adjustment and an increase in our local option sales tax distribution, we cannot fund all of the increases that we see coming at us with regards to public safety and public health without a property tax increase, should we not receive some additional local option sales tax. Next slide, please. And lastly, with regards to next steps, as I believe the manager mentioned and I've already mentioned, we will start the mediation process on Friday, September 23rd. We have some arbitration dates that have been requested by the cities in late October. And lastly, if no agreement is reached between the county and the 50% of the cities that make up 50% of the population of the cities by December 31st, then the local option sales tax, the 1 penny local option sales tax will sunset in Fulton County on December 31st, 2022. And next slide, please. Okay, well, that concludes my comments, and if you have any comments or questions,
All right,
we'll do our
excuse
best
me,
to fill
Commissioner
them.
Morris, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, just a couple of points. Like I guess many of you, I've received a number of inquiries or complaints from citizens, especially north of my district, north of Atlanta in my district. Just can't believe that we're asking for this huge increase, 600% increase or whatever the increase was. It's really interesting to me that the citizens who've complained and who've contacted me really don't understand the issues at all. This whole idea that that we ought to base the distribution on population in the unincorporated area, I guess partly stems from the fact that our decline occurred as citizens occurred, and I guess that the shift from us to the new cities was based on population, and of course we all know that the local option sales tax revenues were never put in the SSDs, never put in the special services districts for the unincorporated areas. They were put into the general fund. And so this whole concept of basing it on population just never should have been, never really was, except to the extent, I guess, that the new cities got their share on population. But as I pointed out to these citizens, this local option sales tax revenue was always in the general fund in the county and not in the special services district. It is unfortunate that some of the cities are pushing this 35% offer We've talked about it here, and you've suggested very correctly that that's off the table. That was an offer made and rejected, and it's no longer on the table. And it's really unfair for this public relations campaign to be basing it on this original 35% ask. But the most interesting thing to me of the complaints I've gotten, the inquiries I've gotten, this is an example. The Fulton County Commission does not govern where I live, nor does it provide me with any services. And that's a general theme I've gotten in the emails. And I've responded to all of them, and I've responded with, without getting into the negotiations. So the same individual responds after my response, "Thank you for this considered and well-thought-out reply. Admittedly, the county does provide services that the average city inhabitant may not consider or takes for granted." And so that's part of the education process in this whole thing as to the citizenry. I think the cities understand it, obviously, but they're, I don't think, being terribly fair in communicating all that to the citizens. And then I guess my last point I've tried to make, because some people assume in their emails to me that the county dictates what's going to happen here, that you can't take this much. You've got to take less than this. And I point out this is a negotiation, and we've got to agree. And a couple of people have said, well, if you all don't agree, let's hope that the state dictates something fair. And we all know that the state isn't going to dictate something fair. I think it's really important for the citizens out there and the press, to the extent they're going to cover this at all, to make it real clear that if we don't agree, then, as you've suggested, Sharon, the loss goes away. And the cities, some of whom rely on 50% or more of their budgets for this revenue, and the county for the minor part of our general fund budget that we rely on lost for, really has to be made up in some other way. Across the board property tax cuts, and for those cities that couldn't raise their property tax millage rate, they have to cut their services like crazy. So this is really a big deal that's going on, and citizens need to understand that. And I hope the press will cover this a little bit. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ellis?
I want to go back and amplify the fact that when the last time this was up for negotiation, as was noted, the agreement at the county level was 14.97%. It drifted down to 4.98 because we're not allowed to renegotiate during the period, correct? And if a new city came online, they had to receive a loss distribution that was set forth in whatever the way the agreement was struck in 2022 in this, or 2014 in this instance, based on that. But the funds had to come out of the county share, correct?
Yes, there's a statutory formula for a newly incorporated city to receive their.
And I think we've tried to say this, but it's probably worth saying again. I think some folks say, well, that logically makes some sense, but let's articulate why, in terms of for a taxpayer that's paid in for general fund services, why when that happens, why effectively their tax burden as a property taxpayer goes up on the county general fund. So try to walk somebody through that in real sort of layman's terms.
Sorry, Commissioner Ellis. Walk them through
So when the lost share had to come out of the county general fund and be passed over to the new city, why for county general fund taxpayers at large, that event meant that their property tax burden all of a sudden went up.
Right, so again, the primary purpose of local option sales tax is to offer a property tax rollback for the amount that is collected in local option sales tax. So when the county's portion of the local option sales tax is reduced and our service burden is not, then we have less revenue to support that service burden. We still have to cover the service burden, so the portion of revenue that was rolling back your millage rate effectively gets reinstated to cover that cost that didn't get reduced, if that makes sense.
Right. So what the average citizen, I think, is struggling with is, well, when that new city was created, that reduced your service burden. Walk folks why that didn't reduce our service burden as respects the general fund.
When the city's incorporated, going all the way back to 2006, when the city's incorporated, the county was operating a general fund for countywide services.
Well, no, let me just ask it differently. So we did in that, for those cities right now, let's take the city of South Fulton. Previously to becoming a city, we were providing their fire, police, zoning, those services, right?
Yes.
How were those funded? Were those funded out of our general fund?
They were not. They were funded out of a special taxing district.
And that special taxing district was
Levied
funded
as-
by what? Whose taxpayers? Folks across the county, or just?
Only those within that geographic boundaries of that special taxing district, and they were levied a separate tax to support the operations of the special tax
So
district.
the county general fund and the lost dollars we applied to the general fund were not applied towards those fire and police and zoning, other city-like services in that unincorporated area.
That's correct.
So when the event takes place, incorporation in 2017, the new city's established and a share of loss has to go to that new city, that means the dollars of loss supporting the general fund go down.
That's
right?
correct.
So then, therefore, the amount of revenue that the county has to generate from property tax revenues
Goes
to
up.
support the general fund goes up.
That's correct.
But the services have remained the same.
That's correct.
So over that period, that took place. So when the county went in 2014, assuming this 14.9%, it drops to 4.98 in 2017. It looks like the estimated sort of what the county would have received if that percentage had stayed at that previously negotiated amount to support the general fund. The additional funds that did not come in were about 165 million, probably estimated.
I think it may be somewhere in that range, 130.
132
yeah.
to date, but if you
Right.
extrapolate out through the end of this year,
Yes,
probably about
yeah,
160,
yeah.
right? So there's a foregone. So that 160 that didn't come into the general fund, what that meant, really for every citizen, right? I mean, because I think it's difficult to sort of, people look at this is not really a city versus a county issue while we're negotiating it. The law statute calls for it to support both of those general funds and for us to reach, an agreement that's consistent with the way that the statute applies. So this isn't about, one group winning versus the other. It really shouldn't be. It should be about coming up with an arrangement that's most beneficial for property taxpayers as a whole. But so with the forego of that 165 million or so, what that meant for us is we've had to delay service expansion, delay capital projects, or charge a higher millage rate than we otherwise would have.
That's correct.
Right? I mean, so that's the practical effect of this. And then at some point in time, that continued decline catches up with you, right? And so to fund our government, we have to generate revenues. People do that most governments do that through different means, really, right? For most local governments, it's sales tax, property taxes, and other associated fees, correct?
Court fines and fees,
Court
and
fines
then
and fees.
fees for service, yes.
So for us, what percentage of our general fund is now, our revenues have to be generated from property taxes?
Currently, it's about 85% is
At
generated.
85%. So what percentage of the sales tax benefit to us then from the general fund is only about?
It's about 2%.
2%. Contrast that with what we learned in the review of the data, the amount of general fund support within the cities that is sort of in the aggregate on average support.
They're getting in the 30, on aggregate, it's like in the 30% range. Some cities have as much as 50% of their
On
total
average,
cost.
it's about 30.
Yeah.
So, and I'll go back to something Commissioner Morris had said. I know, and you had noted there was an original offer of 35%. These other offers, and I'm confused too, because someone showed me something as early as today that came out from the mayor of Johns Creek expressing that the county had an offer of 35%, and that was what they were seeking. But that offer that was removed, and these other offers were made about August 12th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So they've been outstanding for about a month. So it's sort of confusing as to why that particular message continues to be communicated. With a little more clarity on some of the details, and I think you noted on the three offers. One of the offers, and I think it's important for folks to understand it, one of the offers that we made had us getting had the county receiving a slightly higher percentage each year over the course of 10 years, such that the county would receive in total over that 10-year period of time about 15.5%. So contrast that with, the agreement a few years ago, 14.9%. Correct, that was sort of one of so just to put a little more real numbers to it as opposed to sort of general ramp and that sort of stuff. And so when we say that, the 5 to, that's roughly sort of a 10% differential shift over time. The benefit of that phasing, if you will, and it being stepped in the offer to the cities, let's say if we'd gone out in year one with an offer, say if our offer was we want to go to 15.5%, right out of the gate in year one, that means that redistribution would have to be shared across 15 cities, correct?
That's correct.
If I do my math with that 30% number and a 10% shift, if you did it all in year one, that'd probably mean about a 3% budget shift for those cities if you did it all in year one. Some it could be as low as 2, something in that range, probably 2 to 3.1. So that phasing means that incremental shift, rather than being offered to be done in 1 year, it would be phased through over the course of 10 years. But remember, sales taxes typically have grown about 3.5%, correct?
Yeah, a little less than that over the last 10 years.
So the dollar figure associated with this, with it ramping slowly up, most likely would never go down and probably would wind up still going up for those individual cities over that 10-year period.
As long as the growth.
If growth averages the way we've seen it, realize that could be up and down.
The increment in the ramp up was less than the growth percent each year, so that the cities would not be negatively affected.
And also, just one other thing that I think it's worth noting when it comes to sources of revenue funding, right? I mean, a lot, and this plays to something Commissioner Morris talked about too, in terms of just folks not aware of what we do. A lot of the services that we provide are not things that people interact with, and quite frankly, they're things that people don't want to interact with, right? For good reason. But, they're required services. We're mandated to do these things, right? And, we certainly saw from the men and women that were here today, and we know kind of the challenges that they face from a public safety standpoint and what we're dealing with there. It's got to be funded, right? And we all want it to be funded properly and be able to deliver those things effectively. But we probably don't want all that burden to be borne on property taxpayers, right? We have folks that come in and they commit crimes, they buy things and all that. There should be a sales tax benefit that should be shared for these services as well. But you noted it as well that there are other sources of sales tax money that have supported the cities. Do we have any other sources of sales tax money that really benefit the county other than lost?
No, the local option sales tax is the only sales tax
Okay.
that we collect directly.
So when the county saw the shift in 2017 from 14.9 to 4.98, and so that would result in probably about $160 million, decline in revenue over that period of time for our general fund. Our cities outside of Atlanta were increasing. They were getting an increased sales tax associated with transportation, which would net roughly about the end of this year, about $500 million, right? So just to contrast the sort of the benefits, which I'll, kind of remind people, and I think Vice Chair Hausman has certainly noted this and was a key leader in it. That was a county-led effort that recognized, a city need, and we recognize a transportation need throughout our county. And it was a county-led effort to bring that together and get that passed. And that's resulted in effectively, for those cities outside of Atlanta, and Atlanta has some similar taxes in place, $500 million in sales tax benefit, but also effective property tax relief that would have had otherwise been funded by property taxpayers within those individual cities, or roads, et cetera, not have been improved, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, I think those are some of the other salient points, I think, as citizens are listening to the debate, to sort of recognize that, number one, there's no 35% ask on the table, and there has not been for in excess of a month. And there have been multiple other offers on the table that have recognized sort of the challenges that we face, but also the challenge that would be associated with a shift. And what, I think all of us, I don't want to speak for all of us, but I think I share this sentiment that what all of us are seeking to achieve is a structure that is going to be beneficial for all taxpayers and for both the city and the county, and to work towards a very equitable agreement. So anyway, I'll close on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Hausman.
Yes, thank you. And, I hope that the citizens that are listening appreciate the explanation of the different services that are provided. I'm getting those emails too, where folks, say, what does Fulton County do for me? I live in Roswell and they do everything I need. And, I think that the reality is that in Fulton County, folks identify with their cities. They don't identify with the county. The things that they touch every day are right in their neighborhoods, and that's their cities. And so, it was, as was stated earlier, most of the services that we provide, especially in North Fulton, are not things that are readily noticed by, they take their water service for granted, for example, until they have an issue. But it's a vital service, right? They certainly enjoy their library programming in North Fulton, where I represent. When those libraries were closed, people were very upset. But it's not something that they necessarily associate with the county because it's located in their city. So I think this whole discussion and this rift, if you will, between us at the moment is quite unfortunate. And when we started all the new cities back in 2005, when Sandy Springs first came online, there was a definite discontent with the services that the county was providing in a lot of the unincorporated areas. They felt neglected, and that was the reason the cities were formed. And so, of course, the folks that live there are very much connected to their cities. I really feel like in the last 15 years, we've come a long way. We've worked really hard to repair those relationships, meet with our cities regularly. T-SPLOST was one example given of some of the positivity that's come out in the last decade or so because of those working relationships. But I think this just highlights how fragile it really is. None of us were here when the cities started. I don't know, Commissioner Pitts, were you here in 2005?
Yes.
Okay, one of us was here. But I worked to start one of the new cities. It was an easy argument to get folks to go along with, creating their own local identity. So I certainly understand it. I have to say to the public, while the 35% is off the table, this commissioner regrets it was ever offered. I don't think that helped us at all in these negotiations. I think that it just started a fight from the beginning where there didn't need to be a fight. There needed to be collaboration to come up with an agreement. I would also suggest to you that there's not one person up here that thinks that we don't want to work this out. I think it's very important that we do come up with a solution that's equitable and fair to everyone. The reality is that we do have things that must be done for the public safety of the community, especially the jail. We heard a lot about that today, and that situation is not going away, and it's very expensive, and it's probably going to cost us about $500 million. So that's the reality. Mental health issues are also a big looming problem that we know we're facing, that we have not addressed adequately. We made improvements, but have not addressed it adequately. And then we have this other looming issue with hospital services. So, those needs are real, just like the needs of the cities are real. Nobody wants loss to go away. Certainly don't want it to increase the tax burden to our communities. But it is far more an impactful component of the city's budgets. We have to recognize that. We absorbed our loss. And when the city of South Fulton came online, it was difficult, but we managed it. It is a lot easier for the county to do that than it is for the city. So I think we need to recognize that as well. But anyway, I know we're going to have mediation beginning on Friday. And there's a big public meeting tonight that I'm sure Fulton County is definitely going to be the bad guy. And again, I regret that for our community. It really doesn't benefit any of us to be having a public argument like this. And I certainly encourage the members of the committee here to do everything that we can to enter into an agreement that works for the county and for the cities, because the citizens are expecting us to do that.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Hausman mentioned that their constituents don't really know about the services, but I want to tell you that a lot of them really do, because I've run into many of them, some who say they go to church with Commissioner Morris and he sings and plays his instrument so well, and they say, well, how can we get these services? I said, the services we provide are everywhere. They're not just in one place. And they say, well, we see you talking about the services in Atlanta, but we don't see that in where we live. So I tell them all the time, these services don't just stop in Atlanta. They don't just cover Southwest Atlanta. They are entirely for Fulton County. So they do know and they do want those services. There are many people who have lost their jobs up north the same way that there are people who lost jobs in Southwest Atlanta. And so they understand that we do have those services. Some may need to be reminded, some may be new to this, and we just need better communication, that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other comments or questions? No, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
So, Madam Clerk, on 0690, was action taken on that one?
It was held.
It was held. Okay, what's next? Continue.
22-0692, Invest Atlanta Board of Directors, September 15th, 2022 meeting summary, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Mr. Morris?
Yeah, I don't see in my package the summary of the minutes of the last meeting, which was, of course, Thursday. If we didn't get that to you in time, we'll get that to you. And it's really important. It was really a pretty historic day at Invest Atlanta. Then he talked about it at the time in the meeting. It was a long, long agenda. We had over 20 action items, 13 distinct affordable housing projects to the tune of over $600 million of construction cost, and with various kinds of help. Invest Atlanta, unlike the Development Authority of Fulton County, has a lot of tools, and basically these 13 distinct affordable housing projects represented 1,981 units of housing. Almost all of them, 1,834, were affordable housing units. Now, most of those involved inducement resolutions. They'll have to come back to the Invest Atlanta board. But it was really a big day, and folks in Invest Atlanta were really congratulating themselves about the agenda and the number of affordable housing units throughout the city of Atlanta, represented by those 20 action items. So we'll make sure that summary of those minutes get to everyone, and if there are questions about individual projects, we can get the detail on that for you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0693, Atlanta Beltline, September 14th, CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
And that is, Mr. Chairman, in the package of materials. One of the highlights is the map of the Northwest Trail. That's the segment actually up near my house where the rail lines in the 22-mile circle were not abandoned and very much in use. And so it's the one area where the Beltline had bought the abandoned rail lines everywhere else, but here the trail and any transit, and I sure hope that someday the driving force of the Beltline, which was transit, is going to happen. But in this segment, the trail and the transit diverge. And right now, there's no route for the transit, but the Beltline staff did agree upon a general approach for the Northwest Trail. Instead of going behind people's houses, and in one stretch, I visited a site where there were some townhomes next to the creek, and one possible route was the Beltline between the creek and those townhomes. And as people said before I went out there, people will be able to walk along the Beltline and reach over without leaving the path, reach over and get the burgers and hot dogs off my barbecue grill. And when I went to see it, it was that close. So due to the public input, the actual approved route now, subject to lots of technical details and problems to work out, is up Bennett Street, which some of the property owners along Bennett Street are ecstatic about, and others aren't so happy about. But that seems like the least intrusive route to finish up the 22 miles of the trail. The other big news there is the Beltline is also working on affordable housing, and the CEO announced that with the last project at 1055 Arden, the annual goal of 320 affordable housing units around the Beltline was surpassed with a total of 421 year to date. So lots of progress in that respect as well. So again, if anybody needs any more information on the details of that CEO report, I'm happy to get that information for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. No further items on the agenda, but before we adjourn, just quickly, following your instructions, I arranged for a Zoom call at 4:15 with the mayor, city council president, sheriff, and I had Mr. Alton Adams with me. And to summarize very quickly, sheriff is sending, or was in the process of delivering, hard copies of the data that have been requested to each of the people that I mentioned, plus others. and they requested that they do it electronically as well, which he was in the process of doing. Once that's received, the city council does not meet again and for another couple of weeks, but I'm really trying to impress upon them that this is a crisis and it is an emergency for us. We can't wait that long. So I said to the council president that if you agree, then what you can do is talk to each council members and get a consensus among them before the meeting that we have met the spirit of what's contained in the legislation that was passed by the council and this body, and that will give the mayor authorization to move forward. In fact, in the mayor's defense, it was his intent, as he stated this from the beginning, to move quickly with this, but it was the city council that sort of put some language, or the proponents of it put some language, as was discussed here earlier in it, that sort of slowed the process down. So the mayor's working on it, the council president is working on it. I'm hoping to have some information back early next week, because again, I stressed to them how important this was for us, and the sheriff did a good job in explaining the crisis, what is a crisis in his mind. So, Mr. Adams, did I leave anything out?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think that summarizes it. The only thing I would add is that we did ask that if Councilman Shipman thought that there may be some additional information that was required, that he let us know so that we could provide that in advance of the next city council meeting.
Okay. Question? All right, no other matters?
So now that the data has been sent, what sort of next steps were discussed?
There to review it, and I said to them that I didn't think that it had to come back to us before we were handed the keys, assuming they're satisfied. Anything that we need to do, we can take care of at our next meeting.
So was the mayor and the city council president, did they commit to doing everything to make this happen in a timely manner?
The mayor did, and when I explained to the city council president that all he has to do is get talk to the council members, and if enough of them agree, and I'm told you believe that Commissioner Hall has talked with several, more than a majority of the members of the city council, and they want us to move in as quickly as possible. So I don't think it's going to be a problem once they get the information.
So they understand just how unsafe our jail is?
Yes.
With the population that's there?
Yes, and most of the inmates are from the city of Atlanta, too.
I believe 70+% are from the city of Atlanta, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right, well, please keep us posted.
Yes, ma'am. All right, no other matters to come before us today. We're adjourned. Thank you very much.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.